UCH, University College Hospital, that hosted the King of Saudi Arabia in the 60s, he came here for treatment in the 60s, has been in the dark for 82 days. UCH has been in darkness for 82 days, and we have a government. Nobody has declared a state of emergency there. The Minister of Health, we haven't heard him. I haven't heard him say anything. I wonder how you would have a Minister of Health who would superintend that sector with UCH being in darkness for 82 days. And he says that following his inability to meet the Ibadan Electricity Distribution Company's monthly 80 million bill as a Band A customer. So much so for Band A, Band B. Because of them that they've been disconnected, and for 82, I didn't even know it was still on. I heard about it somewhere around December, and I thought it would just go for 1 or 2 days. I was surprised this morning when I discovered that it is in darkness. So the point calls on the federal government to please restore. That is the hope. In the southwest, that is where the hope lies.
On all of them, food scarcity is ravaging the north because of these Fulani herdsmen. The thing have choked them so much that they can no longer talk. Northern leaders, it is a very big shame on all of you who are calling IPOB a terrorist organization. Meanwhile, your children are the real terrorists. Yes, they are the one. At least Ishegumi told us that those bandits are their boys. They are their boys. Anybody that attack them will not get their vote and all that. Then this other one, Baraje Kawu, was the one who went all over the place. Say, yes, we invited terrorists. We invited this Fulani jihadi to come. That jihad have started in Nigeria. So when you saw and heard all these things, the same northern leaders have no shame to be calling others terrorists. Meanwhile, they are the real terrorists themselves. They are the real terrorists because they are the ones that brought this problem of Nigeria. Northern leaders are the problem of Nigeria. Let them accept it. I have mentioned names here, and the thing that they are not even apologetical about it. So how can we be living with terrorists? If they don't want to live in peace with Nigeria, then they should move out. Look at since how many years now. This will not let us rest. Unfortunately, nobody is talking to them. Everybody just feel like, don't mention their name as if they are God. How long are we going to live with these people in this type of condition? Look at how many lives that have been wasted all over Nigeria. Advocacy. People should rise up and ask the North to question. Because we should be calling out names now. We should call a spade a spade. Because if this type of nonsense we are to be coming from another region, I wonder what the North will be saying.
Trump has just ended birthright citizenship in the United States.
Birthright, that's a big one.
After being sworn in on Monday, the 47th president of the United States wasted no time, signing into effect a flurry of executive orders, including one that ended birthright citizenship in America. This is his way to crack down on the migrant crisis in the U.S. Under the new order, the children of undocumented immigrants will not be given American citizenship just because they were born on U.S. soil. For now, this doesn't affect those who are birthright citizens currently, but it does affect the children of millions of undocumented immigrants in the U.S. seeking a better life for their families. Trump claims he is doing this since the U.S. is the only country that offers birthright citizenship.
We're the only country in the world that does this with birthright, as you know.
However, currently, 65 other countries have some form of birthright citizenship. As of now, 18 states have already come forward, challenging the order, stating it is a violation of the Constitution and that the president has no authority to make changes to the amendment on his own. If the challenge goes through, the case could reach the Supreme Court. Stay tuned to Daily Mail for more as this story develops.
What we are seeing today is not a coincidence. This is the result of a clear, well thought out strategy, meticulously executed by the government of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji. Let me explain the 4 pillars of this growth strategy. We in India have a very clear strategy of doing public investment in physical, social, and digital infrastructure. Over the past decade, we have significantly increased our public investment from about 36 billion euros in 2014 Today, we are now investing about 127 billion euros. In the rail sector itself, last year we invested 29 billion US dollars, and this year our capex is 30 billion US dollars. We have added 31,000 kilometers of new railway tracks. That's practically the size of entire German railway network. We have electrified 44,000 kilometers of railway networks in the last 10 years, which is more than Germany plus Switzerland and Belgium combined. We live in an age where digitalization is a key part of our economy. 10 years ago, our Prime Minister gave a very clear vision that we must have a digital policy, a digital program where technology is democratized. That vision created the Digital India program. The payment system that we follow, it's called the UPI. It serves about 400 million users, processing almost 17 billion transactions a month, and annual transaction value is 2.8 trillion euros. The settlement time is consistently less than 2 seconds. I'll come to the social infrastructure because that is as important as physical and digital. In the last 1 decade, we have opened 446 new universities. That is like opening a university one a week. The second pillar of Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji's growth strategy is inclusive growth. We opened 540 million bank accounts. That's more than the population of whole of Europe. We have a public housing program in which we have built 40 million houses for the poor families. We have given free cooking gas connections for 100 million families. Our healthcare program now covers 350 million citizens, and we have recently announced free healthcare for all the citizens above the age of 70 years. Nowhere in the human history has been a program for inclusive growth of this magnitude in such a short period of time. And the result is amazing. 250 million people have come out of poverty in just 10 years. The third pillar is manufacturing and innovation. Through the initiatives like Make in India and Startup India, our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji has today created a vibrant manufacturing and innovation ecosystem. Decade ago, when we talked of startups in India, we couldn't count more than about 300 or 400 startups. Today we have more than 150,000 startups in the country, and more than 100 unicorns, which is more than probably a large continent. Mobile manufacturing grew from 2 billion euros to close to 50 billion euros now. Millions of jobs are created. Now we have started into the manufacturing of semiconductors, and within a short time frame of 2 years, today we have 5 projects on which the construction is going on, and about 70 billion euro investment will be done. Fourth and last pillar of this entire growth strategy is simplification of laws. Our Prime Minister took up a mission called Minimum Government, Maximum Governance, and Freedom from the Colonial Mindset. So these 2 programs helped us remove more than 1,500 archaic laws from the statute book. We also removed about 40,000 unnecessary compliances. Everywhere the colonial laws are being replaced with brand new laws which are in tune with the times today.
There is nobody on this earth that is perfect. Every one of us that is here, there is no one of us that is here when they open our annals that you will not see a particle of excreta in it, no matter how clean you wash it. Okay? Even if there is no particle there, dip your hand there and bring it out and smell it. It smells.
We don't do. Don't go deep into that. We got the analogy.
Dr. Rudolph, I was trained by a typical Ngwa woman, and Ngwa.
And I am ready to die defending Nigeria in whatever way. When it is God's time for us to go, it is. And
you took my time to God. You are ready to defend Nigeria. I gave you my time.
No, I'm coming.
Alex, hold on. You already started.
What I'm saying, defending Nigerians is this.
I gave him my time, and he's using it to defend.
No, sorry. I'm sorry.
I hope that Nigeria wins. I'm never going to wish any president evil so that I can say I told you so. No, I won't wish them evil. I hope. You see, I'm not praying. There's no point. I can't pray for Nigeria to be fine. I only hope that Nigeria wins and Nigerians win. Because if you choose a dodgy doctor who has a dodgy record, who has, all sort of accusations leveled against him, to say this doctor, we think he's done this, or this doctor, this surgeon, yes, he's a senior surgeon, he's the most whatever surgeon, but there are a lot of accusations leveled against him. If you choose him to operate on you, and you tell me to pray for you that it doesn't kill you surgery, what's the point? I can't pray. You might make it, you might not make it. My prayer won't change anything. So I hope Nigeria and Nigerians win during Tinubu's 4 years. Thank you.
That's a good question. That's a great question. I don't know what is wrong with them all. I don't know what is wrong with them. Somebody asking for where you do your course and you are sure you did your course there. I agree with you. But a lot of what we hear, because you didn't hear this direct from Tinubu, because lawyers are very funny. Sometimes lawyers will say, you must not say this. I mean, you know what is happening to Donald Trump right now? Donald Trump that guy is walking himself to jail. And he is coming down to say that, it was my lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said it. It was your lawyer who said that you should march people to the capital and stage a coup. People stage coup in Nigeria. They never live to tell the story. That's what I tell them. They never live to tell the story. They are summarily tried within a short time and sent to jail or made to face the firing squad. That is the way it works. But it's only in America where somebody put a gun to your head and you say, all right, you are quoting the First Amendment right. What is First Amendment right? What is it? I don't understand. So I don't know why he's denying Atiku the chance to go there, because the news media, they tell a lot of lies, things that are not true. I knew this man went to Chicago State University. I knew that. I won't like
Dr. Wumi, yes. if you were aware of Tinubu when he was at University of Chicago,
yes.
Can you elaborate on us the accusations whether he was actually distributing drugs and was a drug dealer in Chicago in those days? What do you know about this?
Okay, thank you, sir. I heard about it, that he was distributing drug, and I know a lot of people who distributed drug. Who was the girlfriend of?
But let's be more specific. So look, we've all heard that Tinubu was a big drug tycoon. We have all heard that. What kind of specifics? When you say you heard that from people, were your friends the ones who were buying from him? Did he tell them that he was selling? Like what can you tell us as a distinguished man around that area at the time when Tinubu was there? What can you tell us that he was really up to?
Well, what I tell you, I don't know whether, in fact, the first time I saw drug, I thought it was in Lubon. Tinubu is a criminal, yes, of course, a categorical grade 1 criminal. The only person more criminal than Tinubu in Nigeria is probably Babangida. But he's a criminal, and is he fit for purpose? Absolutely not.
Should Tinubu be the president of Nigeria? Categorical no. Is there a better option than him? That is subjective. So show me who he is.
Don't forget, that state is now an oil producing state. So they now have derivation, if you are not aware. So if you want to speak for anybody, please do not defend a character like Yabelo. Please do not.
Okay, let me respond to him. One second.
Do not defend a character like Yabelo. Do not.
All right, thank you, Mohammed.
The people of that state.
Can I respond to him?
No.
Then go to hell. Rudolph, go to hell.
All right.
Welcome everybody. Happy Saturday. It's Saturday, January 25th, 2025. Thank you so much for joining us on Have Your Say 247, the show where we give you the chance to have your say on stories in the news today across Nigeria, Africa, and the rest of the world. We welcome everybody joining us, those on the comment section, those in the studio. We appreciate you. We hope we are going to have a very wonderful conversation today. Today in the news, we have so many stories. As always, we start with Tinubu rewards Ganduje, who is currently the chairman of APC, the ruling party in Nigeria, with an appointment to the board of the Nigerian Airport Authority. That's a story that we are following. We also have Trump, who is now the president of the United States. Tomorrow it will be 1 week, and in just 1 week, he has transformed America and the world, and it's just beginning. This is just the beginning. So we're going to talk about some of the things he's done and what it means for the world. One of them is, of course, we know that the immigration thing that they put in place, people are being picked up across America and they are being moved out of the United States. So we're going to talk about his conflict with a bishop who held a service and pleaded with him to have mercy on immigrants and some other groups. So we're going to talk about that. In other stories, Nnamdi Kanu is suing Bashir Ahmad, who was Buhari's aide during the time of Buhari's presidency. He's suing for 100 billion for defamation. Also, he's demanding that his case should be moved to the southeast. So we are going to talk about that and what that means. There are other stories that we are watching, and we will talk about them as we start today. Once again, thank you for joining us, and we'll bring people in and we begin the conversation. All right. So we have KJ here and we have Paul. These are the early birds, and they're here to begin the conversation. Thank you so much for joining us. KJ, how are you?
I'm doing great, Dr. Rudolph. Thank you so much for having me. Thank you to Sid Paul. I don't know why I'm excited today. Maybe because of my new, I just got this coffee that is made with mushroom. I just took 1 cup.
Are you sure it's mushroom that you know? Don't think it's the mushroom in Nigeria. There is another mushroom in America.
Oh, really?
Oh, that's why you're excited. All right.
I don't know that mushroom.
Don't worry. Very soon you start dancing on the ceiling. Don't worry.
KJ, you don't go sleep for 4 days. 4 days, you don't go sleep.
Really?
KJ,
you better go wear glass like me, make you read and well.
I just ordered it.
There's another mushroom. You know, when you drop the nuclear weapon, there's mushroom cloud that you see. The same thing. There's another mushroom they are talking about. It's not just the one growing in your village.
Yeah, okay. That one won't make you sleep for days. You can't find sleep.
Wow.
Well, that's why you're excited.
Yeah, no, it's this one is called the RYZE. Rose.
Okay, I see that on the internet. Okay,
Yes.
I see that. That's one of those.
I mean, so it's not what you guys are thinking. Thank you. Thank you for this. One of very smart guy on our chat box that are just giving me the name.
Okay.
It's
right.
quite good. You guys should try it. I'm not advertising for
No,
them.
let's watch you for 1 week and see how you're doing.
No, it's good. It's good. It tastes good. It doesn't have too much caffeine, And they said that it will make you, if you used to have bloated stomach, it will also take it off.
Then I need that.
Enough of that.
It will take care of my stomach. It will make it shrink.
Yes.
Okay, that's good. No need pushing weight and running and doing that.
No, well, if you do that, that'd be an addition. But it's good. I heard what you lined up, and it's very interesting. It's been an interesting week, I must say, for the whole world, because those who are not in support are putting up, filing up their cases, cleaning their court cases, contacting their best attorneys to stand by for whatever action they presume they want to take. The world itself is moving to a very fast. Those who are in alignment, who like what he's doing, like India has already said, we're willing to work with you based on what you have said. And, for me, it's a win-win situation. And like I said, before, we had a discussion on this panel, and I said, if I were the president of Nigeria, I would look for our best brain. I won't go and sit in a discussion with Donald Trump. I will go with someone. I will take people who know what the world is talking about, who know how to, negotiate with such a person who is interested in what only is good for his country. You also should come for what is good for your own country and let the bargain begin. At the end of the day, we meet halfway. He gets 50, you get 50. If not, he gets 60, you get 40. It's also still a good bargain than to go there and whatever they tell you, you agree and come back and impoverish your people further with nothing to go home with. You can see what the man did, and I'm not taking away what you're going to discuss later. An investor said, I promise to invest 100 billion. And he comes and I say, no, I think you are too small to invest 100 billion. I need you to give me 200 billion, And that investor right now has, taken that up to something about $1 trillion he wants to invest in America. The man didn't go to, Donald Trump didn't go to his country to go and visit him. Okay, another person just put in another, what's his name? The prince in Saudi Arabia, 600 billion. So even without, in the first week, you've already brought in investment worth 1.6 billion, $1.6 billion to America. This is the kind of leadership we're talking about. You say they say you are a perfect negotiator. You are one of the people who made Chevron and Shell and all the oil companies in Nigeria to spark. What spark have you brought since you became president of Nigeria? How you have globetrotted the whole place, and we can't see any tangible reality of all that which you have done. And I think it's a sad commentary. And then maybe, I don't know if you added the Ogoni thing.
Fubara and Wike went to see Tinubu.
Yes. So that's also very important, because unlike what we've been saying on this channel, people go and negotiate foreign, go and negotiate on their behalf. This was something I said about when the Pfizer damaged some children in Kanu. Those government officials didn't negotiate as if they are negotiating for people. If you go to Ogoni, I happen to have gone to Ogoni numerous times to shoot a documentary, and you weep for the people because they just wake up and they're sitting by their domots. All their waterways have been messed up. The land is not there. And then I asked them, so how do you feed? They say, oh, guys, you see, that is how, whatever we manage to get to eat. Okay, if they don't manage to get, the young men are smoking away their lives. If a serious country will leave this thing going on for years, why then is it that when such a negotiation want to be entered into, we don't put our people's interests first? We don't put the land of Nigeria first. Rather, we do it pali-pali. Don't worry, whatever you can do for us. If you give us 20 naira, we'll take it and try to see how we can do it. Is that how it's done in other nations? No serious country will do these things. And I'm talking about it. Sometimes when you talk, they say they will pally to your tribal, inclination, leaning. Okay. And they say, oh, because it's Igbo. but no serious country, for crying out loud, Dr. Rudolph. And then I don't know if you captured the dry port that is being established in the southwest.
Yeah. In Geopolitical, I think, is it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because why do you want to do dry port when you have waterways abandoned, that you can use? Anyway, I'll leave Paul to comment. I'll wait for the real juice.
All right. Okay, Paul, welcome.
Yeah, thank you, and good morning. You see, when I see that Ogoni thing, it kind of make me laugh because I know the government is just not being sincere. I just think Tinubu is just feeling within himself that, okay, this is the right time because of Trump. You understand, if they can explore more with the crude oil. Though we don't even meet our demand, what OPEC give to us, we don't even meet what OPEC give to us. So it's a good advantage for him to do that. But the problem is that an average Nigerian man, Tinubu, we don't really know how to negotiate. Like they always say, Tinubu is the most powerfulest president in the world and every other thing. So who is anybody that will come talk to Tinubu or come negotiate with Tinubu? So which means it won't work. And the thing that they fail to understand, when I see the massive man the other day in Arise when he was granting interview, I just laugh, when he was talking, you understand. He said his father is the only graduate back then when they discovered oil, when they were negotiating. But in Rivers State today, the Ogoni people are very, very educated people. Very, very educated people. So when people come outside, want to negotiate, and they have tools that they can use in negotiating and every other thing, I don't think when they bring out their tools to negotiate, the government will listen. You understand? Doctor, you see very many Nigerians that work in the oil and gas sector in Nigeria that move to the US. If you want to see good percentage of them, you see them in Texas. But if you want to see the one that make good money and easy money, you see them in places like North Dakota. You understand? Where they don't really work much, but they make a lot of money and every other thing. You see things like that, based on the way they put things in place, even when they don't make much. But for the fact that you are working, the weather, you understand, North Dakota, people, the project that you can do in places like Texas for 6 months, you can do that same project in North Dakota for 3 years. Well, it's not your fault because they have very harsh weather and every other thing. They factor all those things and they pay people for the service. Do you think an average Nigerian man will get this type of thing? They'll say, no, they are lazy. They'll say, no, they are this, they are that, they this, they that. It's just kind of funny to me, You see Shell, look the way Shell explore, take all those money in Nigeria. You can't even find one Shell gas station in Nigeria. Certain things that we can just even negotiate. You understand? Just put a small thing, give Ogoni right for them to get rights to even get a gas station right. You understand? To explore just certain things that you will do and everything. They look you are talking too much. Who are you? So nothing will come out of it. You understand? The president is interested. Before you know, they'll force themselves to Ogoni land. Before you know, they'll cause more problem. Before you know, they'll make few people, like Buhari will say, a dot. They'll make a dot, make money there. Then they'll have more problem. But everything will just remain the same. These are my things. Then talking about Trump, that KJ is so excited. KJ, we should be very, very slow to listen what politicians talk and everything. Remember, one thing you give to US, Donald Trump planned himself well before his 100 days. You understand? He's working on his 100 days, things to do and everything. He might say all those things, like he promised that he's going to build the wall. Day one, Russia is going to end the war. From day one now has become 6 months and everything. So these are how politicians talk. They overpromise, but they deliver less. He might say all those things, you understand? Trump used this bully way to negotiate. So some people will just keep in touch and everything. But by the time they start rolling the books and everything, their demands, if you can also meet their demands, they won't roll out all these funds and the likes before you know what's up. It may not be as you think. You understand? And the way Trump tried to do his negotiation and everything, it's a bully. This America. Yeah, America has the economic power. America have the military power. Then with their military power also come with sanctions and everything. So countries of the world, they kind of get panic with the way they negotiate with America. Some get panic. Some will just take it slowly. Some will just do the good listening. They listen very well, but they may not do what he wants. You understand? Because when you roll out all these things, every negotiation does not stop in the president desk. They will assign people. By the time they started, oh, this is what you want. If you give me this, you get that. If the America is also not prepared, they won't get some of those things. This tariff thing, it kind of make me laugh because some of us don't really understand what is called tariff. KJ, if you want to ask a Chinese company to bring their investment to America to come and set up a factory in America, it doesn't work when they pay people $2-3 per hour. You understand? So even though if America plays the tariff, if they see produce in China, they will still make more profits than bring the business to America. You understand? And even though the American business too, the so-called Tesla, the big business in America, the part, even though when you produce in America, they still bring many of these things outside. So by the time you start doing all these things, you end up discovered and understand better that Okonjo-Iweala will end up becoming a genius. So it won't work like that. But using these terms and everything can also attract some jobs back, which to some extent is good. You overshout. If you get 20% or 10% of what you want, it's a good thing. You know, America have these big jobs, but those small jobs like bringing back warehouses, factories and the likes. No, America is highly overpaid. The way the minimum wage, the everything, those things will go. The high-tech thing like the NVIDIA, and I see the kind of money they are making with the semiconductor, the microchips and the likes. Yes, those things make sense, but certain things won't come back. If you want to go back with his baby drill, I think I will agree with him. So those are the part that will affect countries like Nigeria and everything. And that's why Tinubu is trying to say, okay, the better way we can do is for us to also get more. Now that we are doing 1.5, 1.8, if we can do up to 2.2, 2.5 million barrels per day, then we can use it to cover when the price drop. I can understand, but cumulatively, let's believe that Trump is also a politician. You understand? He's also a politician. They overpromise. You understand? But when it's time for them to deliver, it may not come like that. That's my take for now.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Before I go to Man of Precision, let me just mention some other stories. The ceasefire between Hamas and Israel appears to be holding. They are releasing people on both sides, so which is interesting. And also, someone mentioned on the comment section the census that the National Assembly just gave the go-ahead to the Nigerian Population Commission to conduct a census this year. So those are other stories in the news. Man of Prestige, welcome to the show. Will you unmute yourself, please?
Good morning, Dr. Rudolph. Good morning, KJ. Good morning, Paul. Greeting everybody on the platform and the people on the chat.
How are you?
I think the outline you just outlined pretty much what we're going to talk because I've been concerned what you just said in Nigeria, so I don't really have that much to add. But I think when it comes to let me just talk a little bit. When it comes to what's going on in America, you know, the rate drop one maybe and something like that. I think I had a guy that you have was it some days ago, and he was saying the guy from Belgium, and he was saying that those time, right? That is definitely, you know, and the VA, started the whole, episode that Europe is dead. To a certain degree, they are right. The reason why I'm saying that because right now the Europeans don't know where they stand. They don't have those plans. They don't, because look what they did. They outsourced their energy to Russia. They outsourced their defense to America. They outsourced their factory to China. So what do you have? They don't have nothing right now. So now they're scrambling to see if they're going to build their own iron dome. I think Macron and some other people scrambling. They have to, they have to be European. They don't want to depend on America because of the kind of person Trump is. Yeah, Trump is going to look after America. So it's about time the Europeans start building themselves, and it's going to take a long time because, like the guy said, they don't have any spine. They're going to come with whatever Trump says he's going to say. The only person that came close to challenging him was the Canadian Prime Minister. I don't know if you heard what he said. I mean, he was very, very brutal to Trump. Like Trump can't do nothing. Then I don't know if it is just a blossom, but Canada is a little bit different compared to the European countries. Because Elon Musk said something very unkind to German Prime Minister. So when they asked him, what did he, I don't really know exactly what he said, but they said it was very, very unkind to German Prime Minister. And he responded that he's not going to respond anything on the anything on the news media. It may not be factual, but the man said it directly to your face, So that get to say that they're not going to do nothing because they're in trouble right now. They, like I stated earlier, they are such that payment into other countries, Russia. They depend on Russia. They may be acting like they are fighting against them right now. They can't do nothing, without the energy because they pretty much their energy to Russia, America to their defense. So this is the quagmire they find themselves. It's going to be very interesting. But that's all I have to say for now. Good and do what we have.
All right. Let me just point out some other stories that sometimes we ignore them because we focus on politics. A court in Osun State, this is very important, fined a lady 150,000 naira for failing to visit a boyfriend after receiving 3,000 naira transport money. I know, Paul, you are married, you are not sending urgent 5K now, but this is important to some people.
Doctor, I do.
This might be important to some people, which is, I think some men will agree. Now, something more serious, EFCC operative was killed in Awka, Anambra State, when they went to storm a house. They were looking for Yahoo boys, they said, and the owner of the house, who happened to be a medical doctor, opened fire and killed one of their staff, one of the operatives. It's been a serious issue. People have been talking about it, and putting in the conversation how they operate, the way they storm homes of people, and what it means for best practice. So we can also touch on that if there is time. Babangida has a book coming out next month. He's publishing his autobiography. So that's also something that people are discussing. What do you expect from a book written by Babangida, and what will you want him to explain to our Nigerian people? And if you look at the invitation, we have the invitation card. If any of you want to go, we can give you one. Everybody in the country, all the former presidents, were all invited, expected to be there, which brings up the issue of the role that people like him play in the country, and whether it's possible to actually isolate someone like him, as some people on this platform often wish to see. All right, so those are the stories. I'm sure there are other stories that we're missing. Someone mentioned Elon Musk and the Hitler sign, or whether he did it or not, is being debated on social media. But I think we should start with what Trump has done in the last one. But tomorrow it will be 1 week since he came into office. Why is that important? I think most of us here are in America. We want to start with that, and then we will go down to typical Nigerian subjects, which of course doesn't end. So let's start with that. But to begin that conversation, let me play this. And we'll go from there.
Final plea, Mr. President. Millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation. But the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land.
All right, that's Bishop, what's her name? Bishop, I forgot her name. All right.
Bishop Edgar, what's something?
Edgar, yeah. All right, so the reaction, Trump's reaction to this, because Trump was stunned when this happened. When he got home, he went on social media and tweeted and said that was boring. That was a radical left pastor. I want to know what you guys think. I haven't had the voice of Jesus before, but I felt that if Jesus were to, I always see, what would Jesus do? Were to be alive today in this country, most likely he would say things like what the woman was saying. All right. Let me hear from you. I know you had a show on that, KJ and electricity. I didn't get a chance to listen in a lot. But what is your take on that?
Yeah, we had a show and I was almost assassinated through the screen.
By what? By who?
The Democrats who are, who are livid about, my responses. And I hope that we can have a peaceful conversation without, having to go personal. But here is what I say, and I've always said this here, Rudolph, on your program, that when I pick, discussions, I discuss and analyze it as any good person will analyze. I don't want to even say journalist, but it's not without my bias sometimes. But when I'm sitting as a moderator, I will allow anybody to say whatever they want, whether I agree with it or not, it's your view. But when I'm here as a panelist, I have the right to have a view about an issue. And it should be respected. That's my view. And I'm not imposing that on you, but that's how I think. And so it shouldn't be something that you say, we don't even believe you can think this way. Why wouldn't you? I'm a human being like you. You have your opinion, which is right to you. I should also be entitled to have my own opinion. Having said that, and as a Christian now, as a strong believer of the Word of God, just when this was going on, I have 25 verses of the scriptures that stands to speak against what the woman is standing for. So as a bishop in the first place, to do that, there are many reasons why Trump should ask for an apology. The reason for that's
he asked for an apology.
Yes, he did.
Oh, okay. I didn't know that.
Yes, he asked for an apology. He said the woman, should apologize because
for what? For what?
Because he used a national event which was not supposed to have anything to do with that to make that appeal. She could have been able to meet with him, but the woman who was now interviewed by CNN or one of the media, I think I've forgotten which one. No, The View, said that Trump has never invited her, and some people were saying, "Who are you that you should be invited? If you have something to say, you could have been able to meet him." But put that aside. What the woman says is what I'm trying to deal with. She made it clear that Trump should have mercy on those who are illegals, who are in America, and who may not have any other place to go to. If she had stopped at that, I'll be very happy with her. If she had said, you know what, why don't you separate the people that you are trying to deport, which Trump is already doing. The Borders Door guy said they are going after people who are criminals, who have committed atrocities against the state, who have raped and maimed people, who have decided to, send people to their to go and meet their heavenly Father without any reason. And those ones who have already done this thing before even finding their way through the southern border. Those are the people they are concerned about for now. And now for now, it's simply that, like I said earlier, I'm not against anybody who decides to go to court on that. If you go to court to say you are against what has been said, it is okay. That is why America is a democracy and is a strong nation. If we are all doing that in our nation, we wouldn't have become the banana republic we are in. Because when our president gets up and says something, we all take it as law. And even every other agency begin to pally to what the president said. For instance, the man got up in the day of inauguration and said, subsidy is gone. And the next day, everybody changed price. And that became law in Nigeria with no due process of that happening. As for the American president, it is what all of them do. When Biden came in, he repealed all what Trump had done, whether the good ones or the bad ones. He repealed everything. And even before when Trump came in from Obama, he repealed everything. So it is a normal way that the American presidents have functioned since I got to know them.
Okay, hold on, KJ, sorry. I know you don't like this and nobody likes it, but I'm beginning to do that more often when I'm moderating. You said that Biden repealed everything that Trump did. So I want us to stop talking in absolute because, we know it's not true because the tariff that Trump put in on goods from China, Biden did not. So I want us to stop because last time Ovie came and was
I was here when that.
So I'm trying to make sure that we don't.
He repealed most.
That's better.
That was not going to work in his favor.
Yeah, that's
the
better.
Same thing with every other president. So Biden himself also repealed most of what Trump did.
Okay.
So it is a process of your governance here. If we are even lucky in Nigeria to have that, maybe we'll have moved forward. But we don't even have that kind of thing because the president just, it's only just word of mouth. If he lies and says Rudolph should change his name, and they say, I want Rudolph to change his name, everybody will start changing your name without even taking permission from you. So that is what we say. Now on this woman, going back to the same church issue, one of the things you are taught, if you bother to go to a missionary school, is that you should not bring a personal issue into when you are taking a sermon. If you are taking a sermon, if the sermon she was preaching was on that issue, it's a different thing. But don't jump from the sermon that you have been given to preach into something. And like I said, even if you wanted to do that, why don't you stand in the path that is justifiable by the Bible? You see, people, of course, we're in the public media, there are certain things I will not say, but people have gone beyond the cross on some of this gender issue thing. And so when you come and stand, you cannot love people more than God loved them. There's no way you can do that. Except, of course, that you have an agenda. For which this woman, we already know, if you go back to trace her history, you find out that she has always been against this man, and she has always supported, the former president. So it is not without bias that she said what she said. Maybe to embarrass him, and that's how Trump felt. Trump felt embarrassed because ordinarily, if he had been told that that's what's going to happen, it would be a different thing. But at this point, he felt a bit embarrassed. And even all the people who were there, at least those ones who have spoken, said they were all embarrassed. The pastor, the black pastor who prayed at the inauguration, has also been interviewed. And he said that is not even done in a sermon, that is one of the worst sermons he has ever listened to, because when you go out of what you're supposed to say and begin to say other things.
Who tells you, hold on, KJ, who tells you what you're supposed to say as a pastor? I thought that they go there and preach and the God talks to them. That's what I assumed. Did they tell you?
That's what I'm saying now. You don't bring your personal grievances into it. For instance, if I have a quarrel with my wife and I have to go and preach the next day, I'm not supposed to go there now and use the opportunity to begin to talk about, because that will be my own personal grievances that I'm bringing to the pulpit. You should devoid yourself of what you feel. And you have direct access, which would have even made more sense if you met him privately and say, look, we feel that this is what is, because, when you give, let me say this thing to you, Rudolph. If somebody gives you honor, there's no way you belittle that person. If somebody gives you the right honor, you will be forced to pay back. So even if you don't get all that you have demanded, the person will listen to some of the things you have said. But when you make it a public advice, just like he has done, you won't get anything. You will get nothing from it. It just like it is now, it's a talking point for the media house. That's all. So I think he went a bit beyond board. You know, I understand their heart as somebody who have been called to win souls. You want every soul to come to Christ. But even the Bible said that certain people you allow them, they have gone beyond the cross. You allow them so that God will take care of them. God will do to help them out of it. Look, and I've said this as somebody who probably have 1 or 2 experience, you know, in this subject. You can only talk to somebody. The conviction of any man's soul is with him and his God, which we call the Holy Spirit. It's not what you say that convinces anybody. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, KJ. Paul.
Okay, yeah, I can see that everything we do, we play politics, and it's okay. That's why it's politics. But if we tell ourselves the truth, what that woman said was not really wrong. The things I even saw on Twitter, they baffles me and every other thing. It's not wrong, you understand? And she plead with the president. She used that medium to plead with the president. And when you watch the president's countenance, you understand, the president was touched. They were touched and everything. Not on people started saying the woman is devil. At the first place, she's not even supposed to be a bishop. The Bible said woman is not supposed to be. So when those reviews, this thing started coming and everything, then you just see Trump just leap and the likes. I don't see anything wrong. If we want to go back to history, memory lane, Martin Luther King, Senior, Junior, and everything, what are these people? They use their podium, you understand, to preach, to talk to the governments, to do everything. You understand? There's nothing really, really wrong. It is okay for you not to agree with people. That's why we're saying what we're saying. It's okay for the woman to do what she did as a bishop, and it's also okay for the president to stand on his own conviction. You understand? In both sides, I think it's okay. But saying for us to be this strong partisan with everything we do, that if somebody just do wrong, we just agree because of it's my party person, I don't think that can take us well, because it is us that can just imagine if Tinubu's son will challenge Tinubu in certain subjects. You understand? It's good. You understand? It is good. You know, than say, oh, no. You don't question authority. That's why we don't grow as a people. But when you question authority, why do you see the president did what he did with Newark, New Jersey? Why did he do that? Because the Attorney General already stand tall since he won the presidency. You understand? And the same Attorney General partner with 21 states to take him to Seattle to court with a Republican judge. You understand? That's why they go to Seattle. That's why they go to Newark, the first place to move people out. You understand? Just a show of strength, which is still okay. You understand? But saying for us to blame one side and everything. You see, my brother, you see, Democrats did so many things that they went so far with it. And Republicans also is doing so many things that they went too far with it. And when they go too far with certain things like that, then it makes it not so popular. You see what they're doing in places like Oklahoma with this Bible thing that everybody must read Bible and everything. If one person go in another state and say, okay, nobody as an atheist, or one place go as an Indian or as Muslim, what do we talk? America challenged the Middle East very well because they tried to bring religion into governance and everything. So we don't want to bring this type of thing. Don't make it too far with the way we take our thing. It's okay for the president not to agree. But what that bishop said, God, I think is the right thing. You understand? But the president have a right not to agree with what she said. You understand? I completely agree. But the talking down for us to make the president like the president is perfect in all ramifications and everything, anything the president said, we are not even helping the president. When we challenge the president, we are so happy with what the Attorney General did. You understand? The judge that blocked this birthright citizen, it's a Republican judge. You understand? Appointed by Reagan, not even a Democrat, and everything, which is good for the system. I keep telling people when people hate this thing, I said, I never pray for Democrat to be president, Senate, and Congress. And the same thing, I don't want it with Republican, because both parties have gone so far with their conviction, which is not good. So we need what they call checks and balance, because the fourth trend too that happened to be the media, you understand, it's also bad. Started even in America, you understand, far right media, far left, whichever way. You understand? So the media too that can even help to check and balance these things again, it's also not working. You can't get anything good. You can't see Fox condemn Republican, like you can't see CBS, MSNBC condemn Democrats and every other thing. So, but if they still have few things that they can challenge one another, I think it's good for us, the ordinary people. But for us to just buy everything the president say, I don't think it's so. Then KJ, when you make mention of the border Zor guy, Tom, and everything. No, remember the same Tom come out and said, even though if you're a citizen, if your parents are illegal, they will deport you and your parents if you don't want that. You understand? But somewhere along the line, look, like I tell people, I am not smart more than the president. And I don't think the president is smarter than me. But I cannot, in my good conscience, say the president is not smart. The president knows very well. KJ, look at the weather this week. Over 30 million people, students couldn't go to schools. And everything, the weather is harsh. Places like Atlanta, they got snow. Florida, they got snow. Houston, they got snow. My brother, who is packing those snows? Like I said, everybody know California to be the richest state in the world, the sixth richest economy in the world. Look, it is not that Silicon, and it is not that Hollywood. They are also big in farming. Who are the guys working in the farm? It's still these same people that don't have these papers and everything. That's why I said I'm not think I'm smarter than Trump. They know. They won't go touch those people because these are cheap labor. They know all these things. The guys who is working, building all these houses in the old 50 states, these are the guys that don't have paper. They know and everything. But sometimes you want to do politics, you overpromise, you want to make that ignorant man get up and go vote and everything. So Trump will do this bragging and everything. He won't do it like he said. You understand? They oversay these things. But somewhere along the line, now that they've taken power, they are slowing it down. But KJ, don't quick to say, oh, Tom said it is only the people who commit crime. No, he didn't say that. He said an American citizen, if you don't want, they will deport you with your parents. He said so. I can send the link several times, but somewhere along the line, they are slowing down because they take power. Like they said, like Trump said, day one, and when the war, it has become 6 months. And it's still okay. That's how politician does. All we want, I want Trump to deliver. If Trump sell all the oil and the economy is better, my brother, more money go enter my pocket. And that is what I want. I don't like this country. I just want the money. We all know that now. You understand? If there's anybody that likes this country, it may just be my son who eat any small pepper and shout my mouth is on fire. You and I, we won't go chop better food than this mortuary food that we're eating here. Okoroko they freeze at 9 months. Ogbono they freeze at 9 months. Egusi they freeze at 7 months. Not with the kind one we won't chop now. We won't go chop better fresh one for Nigeria. So let's tell ourselves the truth. Let's not to play with this thing. It is okay for the president not to agree. I agree on that part. But for us to make anything that my party person said, we'll find every way within us to make it like the president is right, my party person is right. We are not also helping our party. You understand? Democrats have done that. See where it lands them. You understand? And we also don't want Republicans to do that. And if Republicans also do that, if it affects the economy, I don't think it's good for me. You understand? So let them try to bring this popular opinion, this popular thing that can favor everybody. You understand? Then it's good for the economy. It's my take for now.
All right. Thank you, Paul. Before we go to Man of Prestige, I got a reminder that there was another story we didn't touch on, which is what's developing between Showore and the Nigerian police. There was this video of Showore going to the airport and the police trying to stop him. And now the police are looking for him. They want to charge him for some offenses. I don't know what they are, but we will get to that. All right, Man of Prestige. We're talking about Trump. We can talk about the encounter with the bishop. We can talk about the tariffs, the reaction of Canada and other countries. We can talk about his speech at the Economic Forum in Switzerland. Anyone? Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much. Greet him, Mr. Ike. Nice to have you. Mazi Prince, my California brother. Nice to have you. So let me start with where Paul left. I think some of the submissions that Paul made, I totally agree with him, and I'm going to start from there.
Man of prestige, you didn't greet me. Is it because you didn't greet me?
I greeted you and Paul when I first came in. Dr. Rudolph, didn't you hear me greet every of them when I came?
I didn't hear you, but it's possible.
I said Rudolph, KJ, and Paul. It was four of us here before.
Okay.
For Mr. Ike and the Mazi Prince. I have no problem not greeting you. You're my brother, We may have differences when it comes to American politics, but we need to, when I counter you, I need to respect you, So that's very amicable. So I will say that in reference to what Paul was saying, that don't we have a right to challenge the president? People have the right. This is what America is. It's a free country, free democracy. You have right. It's not like Nigeria where we have a banana republic. If anybody challenges Tinubu, they're going to go arrest him. So that's what it is. And Trump has a right to respond, whatever he said. Okay, I'm looking at it. What did Bishop say? He said the gay, lesbian, transgender children, Republican and independents across the country who are fear for their life, they should have mentioned them. Then he went ahead and said the undocumented, illegal immigrants, they should treat them with, with passion. He didn't say don't deport them. They should treat them with passion and humanity. That's what he said. So I don't really see. He said because most of these people are our neighbors. The illegal immigrants are our neighbors. I'm not here to. I'm not here to say, agree with the illegal immigrants. What they're doing. If you look at the Dr. Rudolph, anybody here, if you look at the statistics, the American when it comes to violent crime, the American, the legal immigrant, the citizen, they are 2 times commit violent crime more than the illegal immigrant. When it comes to drug trafficking, they are 2.5 more times, more than the illegal. I'm not saying they don't commit crime. When you hear illegal, you should be very careful. Why you have to commit crime? If you commit crime, you're not even supposed to be here. You should be deported. I'm completely for that. But I'm talking about you need to treat them with humanity. That's what it's about, because when it comes to Trump, he has to respond for everything. Look at what Trump said when he went to the White House. He said the service was not excited. That's what Trump said. Apart from he's asking the lady to apologize, he said the service wasn't excited. That's what Trump said. He said it wasn't a good service. They should do much better. Who are you to tell people, how they're gonna organize their preaching? So he went ahead and said the lady should apologize. Trump is just this kind of always want to throw that tantrum, he's something like a small baby, that doesn't concern him. So I'm in line with what the lady said. There's nothing really wrong. He didn't go beyond, he didn't go beyond his right. It's not like he was speaking in the forum. He was speaking at the church forum. So that's a different forum. So some people were saying that you can't mix politics with religion. No, that's not what he was doing. He has a right, like you properly said earlier. If Jesus was alive, wouldn't have said exactly what the lady said. In my own opinion, that's exactly what he's going to say. But it's up to Trump to decide what he's going to do. He's the president, and he has the prerogative to decide what is, whatever he's going to do. You have a lot of sycophancies. Do you know there's a congressman? I think his name is Andy Oslo, right? 2 days ago, he proposed to amend the 22nd Amendment in order for Trump to run the 3rd time. What does this tell you? This is like Nigeria. What is sycophancies in Nigeria? That's exactly what's happening. You have a congressman, you can only run for 2 terms. Now he tabled a proposition in the Congress, to amend this 22nd Amendment. This is exactly what we condemn in Nigeria. And you have some Nigeria here, when they come here, they're going to say, yeah, Trump is this. They never see anything wrong with Trump. I'm not saying I'm a Democrat. I'm not saying Democrats are perfect. I'm against the gay stuff, the promotion of lesbian and all that. The way Biden handled the war, I'm against it. So Democrats do a lot of wrong stuff. But I can't come here and say everything Democrat, do is right. No, it's not right. I just believe in Democrat. We start in this. There's nothing wrong. Everybody has to believe in it. But sometimes you don't say both sides are wrong. I've never seen, I've never seen any of the mega. I'm not going to say Republican. There are some good Republicans, but when it comes to mega, we have few of the mega here. You will never see anything wrong that Trump did. That's what annoys me. We're all human beings. We make a mistake, but when Trump make a mistake, all he was doing, they will say he's right. That's the problem I have with them. But that's their own opinion, so I respect it. But we need to call them out, and I'm going to call it out whether you like it or not. That's the way I see it. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Man of Prestige. For the record, reports coming from several states saying that the people being arrested, people are being arrested at work, people are being arrested at, even some citizens, residents and citizens are being accidentally taken out of the country. That's what some states are reporting in the news. So, and it's always the case when you have mass deportation. At this point, what the report is saying is that it's not just people who have criminal records that are being taken out of the country. A lot of people who have no records, but they're illegally staying here are taken out of the country. All right.
Yeah, Mr. Dr. Damage, what you just said is correct. If you look at what happened in Boston, when they went and arrest somebody that committed a crime, so that's what they call collateral. And the borders have said it. Where they are arresting all these people, if they see you are here illegal, they're going to arrest you whether you have a crime or not. And they arrested about 2 of them. One of them is the one that actually committed the crime. But he's living with somebody who came here illegal. He didn't commit any crime. They arrested him too. So the borders have specifically said, there's going to be collateral. They're not looking for them right now. They're going to look for them later. But within that time, if they find you, they're going to deport you too. So that's part of it.
All right. Thank you. Ike, I want to, I don't know what you want to say, but along the way, if you can address the, I really want to hear from people in terms of what the bishop said. Was it out of line when you think about what a proper Christian should be saying in a situation like this? Okay, go ahead.
Good afternoon, good morning, good evening, everybody. Happy Saturday to all of us that we're here today. It's a blessing to be alive in the land of the living. I am a Christian and I am a preacher of the gospel. I stand on the pulpit and I minister the gospel to people. But there is always one thing I always believe. I give the message. It is for Dr. Rudolph to accept the message or to dilute the message and use the message the way he or she understands the message. But as long as I did not go contrary to the word of God. So it is the Holy Spirit that convert people. I can preach the word, but it is you and the Spirit of God that lives in you to convince you to believe what I said. Automatically, what am I driving at? As an Igbo man, first of all, we know that the cultures and traditions and our belief, and from the time we begin to read the Bible made us to understand that it is a man and a woman. There is no debate over that. But we're living in a world today where people decide to do what they want. So, Brother Ike is responsible for the decision I have made, the decision that I'm going to make, and the one that I shall make. I am not going to say because Brother Paul said, that's why I'm making the decision. No. Every one of us here are responsible for every decision we make. And that's why last month I said here, we are the product of our decisions. When you look at yourself in your mirror, you are the product of your decision. I don't believe in the whatever that they're talking about. I don't believe in it. But I'm not going to force anybody not to believe what they believe. But even though you put a gun on my head, I will still tell you that I recognize that from the creation of the world, it is between a man and a woman. It doesn't change the fact that people believe in something. So if I have a son or a daughter who is a lesbian or a gay person, I'm not going to throw away my child. He or she will always remember my daughter or my son. But I will forever continue to tell you the truth. So when you make your decision, it's your decision. So what the bishop said is what a servant of God is supposed to say. Because Jesus Christ was all about empathy. He was all about love. Jesus Christ was telling people who were accusing somebody that he committed sin. And Jesus said, if you know you have not done anything, cast a stone. And he bent down and he was writing something on the ground. And when he looked up, he saw that everybody that came to accuse the woman has gone. And Jesus asked them, where are your accusers? He said, they have all gone. What did Jesus say? He said, go and sin no more. So the bishop, as a minister of the gospel, and as a man that has feeling for other people, there is nothing absolutely wrong from what the bishop said from the pulpit. That's what she's supposed to say. Like Paul said, the decision of the president lies on if he doesn't want to do what the bishop said. It does not change the fact that the bishop said what she is supposed to say. Love, compassion, mercy. We also pray for forgiveness. Because if you are preaching forgiveness and you're not ready to forgive somebody, you are a hypocrite. Because you should live by what you preach. So if Jesus was a compassionate leader that we all of us are following as Christians, he demonstrated love and compassion and mercy to everyone. There was no separation of his love and his compassion and his mercy for anybody. So we that are followers of Christ, we should also remember that we also deserve the same compassion, the same love, and the same mercy. So for Trump to say, or if anybody has a contrary opinion, for me personally, that's your own opinion. Like I said, the Republicans or the Democrats, all of us here sitting down here. God forbid if any of your children is a gay or lesbian. I don't think you're going to throw him or her away. But what is important is for you to continue to preach that truth, which is the truth. What is it? That the relationship is between a man and a woman. But you're going to do it with compassion. You're not, because when you can't force anything on an adult, you cannot force your message on anybody. But you should also preach that gospel so that people will have the heart to receive the word, to be convinced that what you are saying is the truth. So for anybody to say, or for people to have a different opinion like what we have it here, we have every right to have our different opinion. But as Brother if I stand on my pulpit, I don't just say it that it is wrong. But I say it not trying to hide on anything, but I say it boldly, but I say it with love and compassion, because I know that before I stand to preach the gospel, I was a sinner also. And I was able to receive forgiveness. And I was able to become a child of God. And I was able to let go the things that I do that I wasn't doing anymore. So if I cannot now understand that another person by my side need that kind of compassion, because it takes a long process. I was not just a born again today. It took many years before I was able to believe that it's true. Just like many of us like that. So if I deserve mercy, if I deserve compassion, every other person deserves compassion. But my point is, always tell the truth. If you tell the truth, the Bible says, It is only truth that will set you and me free, who are believers in the word of God. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ike. Before we go to Prince, Master Prince, let me point out. I know, Blessed was joking. I hope, but the point is that I think people know now that they come here to hear from multiple points of view. You know, if you come here to hope that you only hear from your own point of view, then this is not what is. This is not. You are at the wrong place. So you should always expect that there will be people who will oppose certain things. But now let me point, before we go to Master Prince, let me also redirect the question in a little bit, because I want us to narrow something down. I don't think that the bishop was saying that, you know, I support gay lifestyle, or I support illegal immigration, I support. What the bishop was saying is that whatever your policies are towards these people, the different people who are in the minority, so to say, in America, that there should be compassion. Now, you can say, I think reasonable people can say that they disagree with certain lifestyles, but what they can say is that they want to see them suffer and oppressed in a society. Even the Pope recognized that in the church that he's the leader, that there are people who this is their lifestyles. And he felt that we have to accommodate them in a way that, because we cannot say we are following. I want some, maybe I'm not good in this. I'm not a good Christian the way you guys are. So I want to make sure that we understand the way some people see it outside, the people who are on the two sides, you know, either the Democratic side or the Republican side. There are people who are looking at this from the, now there's nobody agreeing that something is subjective, from the middle point, which is that when some of the rules and policies put in place was to protect people who are being prosecuted because of their lifestyle. They were not put in place to say, this is what we want everybody to do. They were put in place to say, we want to make sure you don't discriminate against these people. So I want us to look at it. And I think that was what the bishop was trying to point out. But then, of course, it goes into the political space and people from all sides. Okay, go ahead, Prince, Master Prince. I'll come to you, KJ, before I go to Janaba, but sorry, you can respond maybe.
Dr. Damages, good morning from the beautiful state of California. I believe I've not seen you this year, though I've heard your voice, but Happy New Year. KJ, before you accuse me of not calling you KJ, okay? Paul, man of prestige, Mr. Ike, I can see other names, but be it as it may, good morning, guys, and welcome to today's Have Your Say. First, before I start anything, I want to give a sincere thanks to Mr. Ike. Mr. Ike, please, I really, really thank you for your submission. It really did hit, to certain points. Okay. KJ, it's surprising that you will come this morning and say that because you talked about certain things yesterday, now that the Democrats wanted to prosecute you. That's a misinformation. What happened yesterday, Dr. Damages, was we were talking about stands, and Adama asked KJ that, where do you stand? And KJ was dabbling. Oh, he doesn't support Trump, that whatever that he knows that whatever that is gonna come is not gonna be good. And in one side, he's also saying, oh, whatever Trump is doing is so good. KJ, take a stand. Please take a stand. It's either you gotta stand with him or you are against him. But not tell us today that you are for him, and tomorrow you change it to please our minds. That is wrong. Please be a man and take a stand. You are very much free to support who you want to support. It doesn't matter. Election has come and election has gone, and the consequences of the election is what we're gonna see. and we're gonna live with it. Coming to the main topic, Dr. Damages, if the bishop didn't say what she said in the church, where could she have said it? That is a pulpit, and that is her office. And the funniest part of it is hypocrisy is the worst thing you can ever do in life. The same Trump that says he recognizes male and female in civil service, his best friend Lindsey Graham is agege. So can we have him? Can we have him right now? Based on identity issue, can we have him resign? The man he has appointed to be the Treasury Secretary is an agege.
Wait,
So,
what is agege?
yes,
What is agege?
agege is GAY.
Oh,
Yes, he's an agege.
and my mind was anyway.
Yes, yes. You call them, in order to not to, get a strike or whatever it is. Call them agege. That's fine. So can we have them resign? And we will know that he has taken a stand. You don't do one thing. You say one thing just to make yourself look so good, and you come behind and do another thing. And only what this woman said is not like he can't even stop them. Are we saying that there is no agege in Saudi Arabia? Are we saying there is no agege in Russia? Are we saying there is no agege in China? They're in all those countries. For me, I can never arrogate to myself the powers of God and condemn people. That is their lifestyle. Let them live their life. And at the end, can we please wait for the judgment day and let's see what God is gonna do? But we're here. We call ourselves we're Christians, and we so much have a shallow mind towards our other people, or we condemn them. Whatever they're doing, is it different from somebody who slept with a prostitute? Is it different? Is there any sin that is higher than the other? Is it different from those who steal? Is it different from those who lie? Just like Ike said, if any of us have a child who is agege or whatever it is, lespo, whatever, are we gonna throw them away and say because we are Christians, then we condemn them to hellfire? What a shame. We call ourselves, this is democracy. And this particular topic has been handled by Supreme Court. And the Supreme Court said they can do what they want to do. They can marry themselves. And somebody who said he's for law and order is going to come to bring chaos because he cannot change it. What a shame. The same person we are talking about is the same person that wants to arrogate to himself the power of dictatorship and say he wants to change the childbirth rights. I don't care whatever it is. If some people, like this morning, Dr. Damages, please let me debate a little bit. I was really angry with the diaspora, whatever you guys have. On VOP, though it was kind of like distorting, it wasn't going through. And some people were saying, oh, it's because, let me not say some people, Flagship said that because Russia are sending people, then if Russia are sending people, stop them. If possible, make them go through tests. If they go through tests and they're pregnant, don't let them come in. But you cannot, because of what Russia is doing or what China is doing, to stop other people. For Christ's sake, where is our empathy? Where is that empathy? Most of the people that come from Mexico, Guatemala, they are running here because things are going wrong in their countries. And these people suffer. They even pay more than you and I. I know some places that when you go to that place, there are about 10 of them living there. And the landlord will collect so much exorbitant amount from them. But because they are not documented, they cannot say anything. And we still want to you know what? Sometimes when I listen to some Christians, I feel that religion has so much gotten into some of us that we are so deranged. What would Jesus say? Would Jesus tell somebody from Guatemala, oh, since you came in illegally, jump back? Even when they go through the forest and the desert or whatever it is, they go through all these criminals that almost kill them, some extort them, and we cannot have compassion. I'm sorry. That's not my Christianity, and I will never support that. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Master Prince. Before we continue to move on, let me get KJ. He has something to say, I think, and then we go on. KJ, just 2 minutes. I'll be timing people now because we have a lot of people waiting.
Honestly, I don't know what to say because you see, when we begin to discuss, let's try and remain focused. Because when you touch a lot of things, you begin to expand the scope of the discussion. At the end of the day, we'll not be able to make a headway. But what we are dealing with, let's come back. What we are dealing with is the speech of the bishop. And in my submission, I never said that the bishop don't have the right to say what she said. I said she could have made more mileage if she had done that as an advice and not use the time that she spoke. For me, it looks more like blackmail. You corner somebody to a point where you think the person cannot refuse what you're saying, and you throw that in. It doesn't. If it's a bold person like myself, I will look at you in the face and say, what you said, I'm not going to do it. It doesn't matter how many people are there. So now, having said that, are we against those, or is he talking about the fact that the people who are here illegally should be all thrown out? No. And I understand every other discussion, every other emotion that's flaring up. I myself am an immigrant. But I'm simply saying that when you come to people's country and you commit crime, heinous crime, that's where I started from. You do not expect that the system will leave you. If I was in Nigeria and I was Nigerian head of state, and that has happened many times before in Nigeria, we remember the Ghana must go times that we make sure that all Ghanaians were sent out of Nigeria. Now, you don't go to people's country and begin to go there, kill their women, rape the women, kill their children, commit all kinds of atrocity, take over buildings, and don't expect anything to happen to you. Because if that system is allowed to fester, at the end of the day, even you who is speaking now from the comfort of your home may not have that opportunity, except you want to get into that same group of kind of people. So that's what I'm saying here. Let's not beat about it. Let's not bring emotion to it. And it's not a question of whether you are more Christian than me or not. It's not about any form of being a Christian. We are talking about the best way to deliver your message and get the required result. Now, if you have delivered your message and not getting the required result, what have you earned? What have you gained? Nothing. I'll leave you at that.
All right, thank you. Let's move on to John.
Dr. Please, 1 minute, just 1 minute. From what KJ just said now, was there any point that I debated? Did I make anything personal? I did not make anything personal. And apart from that, statistically speaking, KJ, you are wrong in putting all the atrocities on immigrants. You are very wrong to say that. I've not seen where all the immigrants are the ones raping women, doing all that. That one person or two person did it doesn't mean that all immigrants did it. So please yourself from that. But
I don't know what happened to him. I didn't remove him, but I hope it's something to do with his connection. All right, Janaba, you're next. And next time I get to somebody from California, I want to hear from them about what they think about these conditions that Trump is putting on giving aids to California. Things like they have to implement voters register. I've never seen anything like that. But Janaba, go ahead.
Rudy, nice to have you and my fellow panelists and Madam Lopez. Nice to have you. Nice to be here. You have a specific question or you want just me to comment?
No, we're talking about Trump's activities and policies in the last 6 days and what you make of them. And you can pick any part of it.
Oh, the word is for white people. It's a white word. If you are not here, to God that is coming to save you is white. So whatever is now white is fake. So there's no reason why we, the black people, have a basic human right, whether brown or any other black and all of that, because the honest is that we're all immigrants, including Donald Trump, his wife. The wife is the latest one. The child that they have, they are not different from our own children. But when you live in a white world, they decide where to go. They have mercy on you. Even the priests in the church say, have mercy on us. I don't know why every black people have to, on any other color and any other minority, has to beg white people to have mercy on them. Why can't they have mercy on themselves and have a say on their own self? So the world is it's about being more white and less of people like Rudolph and all of that, even though Rudolph is doing so much. But and then there's a religious thing. My brother from California is talking about he's kind of Christian. Well, we're born again, we are still born again and reborn again. So we are in the different world of all those born again, no born again. So we are just watching from the side and praying for you guys that I hope you come to the level where you know that the world is for interest and the most powerful. And the reality is that most of Trump word. I was saying yesterday he removed the protective of Secret Service from Pompeo and Bolton. Those are personal enemies. He's a very petty man. If I talk too much now, he hear about me, I'll become rich because he will sue me and talk so much. If Rudolph keep making noise, it's going to be an issue. So he's a very petty guy. Though I cannot even be that petty if I'm in that class, but that is his own lifestyle. Um, we are waiting for, we will be pleading for the next 4 years for white people to have mercy on us. Because if we don't plead like that, you're not going to live in a free world. And those that are supposed to increase their medication should increase it. And those people that are supposed to, people like KJ now, they should be off medication because this is their what they wake up every morning and everything is going right. So they should take off their medication. And just like Baba Lola in Nigeria, the guys last weekend said that he thought he was the daily Pharaoh to be. That I Trump wake up every morning, even if you see his children, he don't recognize it. Make we not get fool ourselves with all this look. These people, they are high. They are more high than. Who can be high here? Oh, brother Ike is high in the Holy Spirit. Who is again is high in another spirit? Oh, Madam Duku can be high on a Biafran woman. But you don't take on woman here, so we respect only one woman that come here. But according to Madam Luke, she came in as a student and she followed the rule, to open her leg, and so everything went west. And Madam Luke remind me about the professor from Africa that he doesn't believe in church but still go to church because he want to belong. But I say she didn't want to vote for, she's not a Democrat, but she voted because she want to belong. So Madam Luke is a wonderful woman. I love her. She throws some money sometime. Nice to see you, Madam Luke, and see you at the Trump World in 20
Where?
whatever.
Hold on, Janab. Where is Madam Luke? You are addressing?
And she's watching behind.
Okay, I just want to know.
Madam Luke, now neighbor now.
Oh,
My
okay.
neighbor, I mean to say.
She thought she's Madame Luke. She's not
No,
Madame
no, no,
Luke.
no, 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 no.
All
Madam
right.
Luke, she was here yesterday. She said she came in as a, she came with a student visa, and everybody else that come here. Do you remember what I'm talking about? So don't worry, I can see. I'm not high that much. I cannot wear glasses like Trump, Paul. Don't worry. If I'm high, it's just 1%.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. Let's go to Bibi. You wanted to say, okay, Bibi, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak on your platform. So, and I kind of like everyone's contribution today, like for the most part, because we can have diverse opinion, but I see like for the most part, I have faith in Nigerians, you know, from people's contribution on this platform, from my perspective. So first, I would say that, and this has nothing to do with I'll say first about what the bishop said. I feel like for me, it's a very compassionate appeal to the most powerful person in the world for her to have, you know, advocate for marginalized groups. If you listen to his speech, she didn't only mention Christian or church. She said mosque, temple. That means she included the other faith. So I want to know specifically what part people take to like they have problem with. I just want to understand what part. If someone can just give me the response to that, I'll appreciate that. What part exactly do people have problem with? What part of the speech that you have problem with? So I would like to know. So I don't know if you can quickly just give someone that.
Okay. All right. Let me play that again, just for those who may not know.
No, Doctor, just to make it funny, if you could remember the former governor of Oyo State, you understand, they say, who are you to question a constitutional authority? It's just questioning an order. That's how they felt bad. Because Trump was cold. He received it very well. But when he left and see his party people and everything, that's how it changed.
Paul, hold on. Let me play that again. Just it's important, maybe.
Mr. President, millions have put their trust in you. And as you told the nation yesterday, you have felt the providential hand of a loving God. In the name of our God, I ask you to have mercy upon the people in our country who are scared now. There are gay, lesbian, and transgender children in Democratic, Republican, and independent families, some who fear for their lives. And the people who pick our crops and clean our office buildings, who labor in poultry farms and meat packing plants, who wash the dishes after we eat in restaurants and work the night shifts in hospitals, they may not be citizens or have the proper documentation, but the vast majority of immigrants are not criminals. They pay taxes and are good neighbors. They are faithful members of our churches and mosques, synagogues, wadara, and temples. I ask you to have mercy, Mr. President, on those in our communities whose children fear that their parents will be taken away, and that you help those who are fleeing war zones and persecution in their own lands to find compassion and welcome here. Our God teaches us that we are to be merciful to the stranger, for we were all once strangers in this land.
All right, so that's it. Anybody has answer for BB?
See, Can I say something? Oh,
Yeah, go
sorry,
ahead.
she disappeared. Now, here is what I would say. Bibi, listen to me. When you set out to do a thing, you set out to make a public announcement or you set out to achieve a purpose. If you set out to achieve a purpose, which is your underlying intention, then you devise the best way to go about it. You know, at the end of the service, you're going to meet with this man and you probably have a handshake. If you have decided to make it what you are demanding for, not make it a newsworthy thing, because this is red meat you are throwing out to the other medias who are obviously going to attack or use this to play it up. You will have been able to make these prayers to him directly and get a response, other than giving yourself, the publicity you are giving yourself by making this. So it's not about passion. She knows exactly what she was doing, throwing this outside, because you know that after that you got an audience with a view. Okay, you went to the View to explain. You've gone to CNN to talk. You are going to majority of the media. You have gone to give them your opinion on why you said what you said, and even at that point, try to bash the president. I'm not, and I repeat again. When you see me on this platform, I stand like the angel that's standing on the way when Joshua met him, and with his sword drawn. I said to him, Joshua said to the angel, "Are you for me or you against me?" The angel said, "I'm neither for you, nor am I for them. I'm for those who stand on the Lord's side."
Now I'm
Always
gonna lose
standing
my
on the
train of
side
thoughts.
that I want, on the Lord's side. That's what I'm concerned about to say to you.
All right. Thank you, KJ.
It's just
Bibi, go ahead before Chimchimi. I'll come to you next. You can.
okay. Yeah, because I've really like tried to listen to everyone. So I want to say that from there, you see the empathetic in her voice. She was with humility. I'm not saying she should have, I don't know what she should have done, but I believe that when you have a platform, you have to use it. Who said she was going to meet Trump after the service? Who said that? Who said that she was going to get a chance to speak to him? Who said that? We didn't know that, but she was right there on the pulpit, and she advocated for a lot of people, which I do not have a problem with in any way. Then I want to ask another question: is if a preacher in Nigeria had said that to Tinubu that you seriously oppose, because I know that a lot of people on this platform, they oppose Tinubu, they don't like whatever they call all kinds of stuff. If a preacher or a bishop had said that to Tinubu, would you have a problem with that? Is this something that you'd be against, for a preacher to have come up with that and say that, and ask for mercy for marginalized group? And I believe, like, I feel like I believe wrong now. I believe marginalized groups should be the ones to advocate for other marginalized people. So you see people that I say, and I will say this again when it comes to it, because I have other things to say. If this kind of bishop is what would drop me to Christianity, I would honestly be 100% in. Because I, as a Christian, I had to deconstruct from a lot of things because of things like this. You said, somebody said it not in the right place. What exactly do people want? And are you okay with someone? She talked about illegal immigrants. She talked about legal immigrants. She talked about other people's sexuality and all that, and religion. So if Christians, and I feel like, are we not supposed to take people to Christ? Are we supposed to cheat people away from Christ? Why is it that when it comes to what we are supposed to fight for ourselves, we leave it to God? But God's fight, we will carry it on our head and say that we are advocating for God. Did Jesus send you to say that the gravest thing in the world, the gravest sin in the world is people's sexuality? What about people that embezzle funds that belongs to the poor? What about people that, let's even leave people that sleep with other women alone and not even talk about that. What about other things that people that tell lies? What about people that hate other people? Isn't that a sin? So as Christians, I see that a lot of people, for the most part, they cherry pick the kind of, what they want to obey in Christianity, and this moral superiority of, oh yeah, they are the sinners, the members of the LGBTQ community, they are the sinners. I don't sin, so I have the right to judge them for what they do. What about you? Have you looked inward? Have you looked at yourself? So, like Mr. Ike said, so let he that is saying, cast the first stone. Pardon me, I don't know word for word. But I would say this. So, but for me, I feel like people let in without sin cast the first stone. So I would say that for people that are saying that call themselves Christians, and that's why I say religion is a problem. It's a big problem. And humanity, where is our humanity? Where is our faith when Jesus preached about mostly about the poor, the marginalized group, the people that are all kinds, but we cherry pick and we say we are the best. What about you? It's not only just to let us know. It's not only LGBTQ people that are sinners. You lie, your sin. So which no sin is more than the other. It's all the same. We are all sinners. So let us quit judging people. Then on the second note, I'm gonna say this on when it comes to I like Paul, I like your contribution in the first section when it was just UKJ and Dr. Damages about Trump. Let us be cautiously optimistic about what he's gonna do. Another because KJ said he's very happy, he's very excited, something like that. And I would say that people don't know the difference about illegal immigration and legal immigration. People kind of think that people that cross the border they are illegal immigrants. They are talking about it's a broad term. People that are waiting for their green card, they are out of status. You have work authorization, you have social security, but you don't have green card yet. You are not a citizen of the United States. You are illegal immigrant. But you're actually waiting on them. So when we talk about this, we should really think about, that's why we should have, sense of discernment to discern information, to do our research, to research, to understand. And I also want to say this, KJ mentioned something the other day, because it's so hard to get word out here, because a lot of misinformation, I'm telling you, and people think they know. And I feel like you don't know. KJ mentioned something that they take over buildings. That was a propaganda. There was no building, illegal immigrants are taking over. This is America. It will not happen. So we should stop.
Can we play the video, Dr. Rudolph?
Forget video. People say all kinds of video. No, there's no video.
Don't say
People
that.
do.
You see, that's the problem with you. Well, that's the problem with you guys. You wake up. What you say is your truth. Your truth will always remain the truth. The truth the other person is
I'm
saying
just saying that.
Don't say that. You come here. You
let
say
me
you
finish. Can I finish, please?
by that word which you said.
Can I finish? I appreciate if you let me finish.
You have all the information. No, you don't have all the information, madam. As much as you have information, other people also have information. So
I'm
don't
not
say what you have is
disputing
the
that.
only
I am
truth.
just saying that. But there is I just want to say there is nothing like they're taking over buildings.
AJ, can you let the lady finish, please?
You can fact check that. Go to factcheck.org. Go to verify. There are people that basically meant for this fact checking and countering misinformation.
No, madam, I wouldn't accept people who you say are meant for fact checking, because all of them are employed by the Democrats, and that is why we are reversing back
It's not about Democrats or Republicans.
Right.
Look, KJ, I am not about Democrats or you can support the Democrat or Republican. That is not
biased.
That is not where I'm coming from.
I'm not being biased. Are they not being sacked? Has Facebook not sacked?
This is forget people put videos out. You would think it's true.
Do the fact checking?
You would think I'm telling you. Go to factcheck.org. People put all kinds of video. Go to verify. It's not about you can do this. You can do the research if you do the work. It takes a lot of research to combat misinformation, and that is why we are where we are today, because of misinformation.
Now we can decide to form our own verified.
That is why Dr. Damages, I mentioned it the other day, that can we do when people make outlandish claims, can we just have fight so that for everyone to know the truth? Because some people will not be able to go back to know the truth. I'm not saying in everything we have to combat every misinformation, because I'm telling you, it's running rampant. People don't know. They don't have sense of discernment to actually filter information that they consume. So people don't know. It's a serious problem. That is why we are where we are today. So I would say this: if Tinubu, every turn you condemn Tinubu for what he does, you say Tinubu is this, is that, he doesn't have this, he doesn't have that. Don't forget that he's a businessman. Tinubu too was a business person. He has all kinds of business. And you say, oh, Trump did this, Trump did that. I'm not saying because Trump supporters tend to have like cult-like behavior. So I'm not saying that you should not be a Republican or be a Democrat. And for me, it's not about being a Democrat and for me, it's about, separating fact from, fiction. We have to be able to discern information. That is what I stand for. And that's what I believe in. So it's not about Democrat or Republican. For me, it's about fact over feelings. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, Dr. Elme, can I just respond? You see, my biggest challenge remains that sometimes when we come here, we arrogate to ourselves the authority of knowing everything. No, as you are doing your own research, which you are free to have, also give room, because not everything, all that you know is not all there is to know. There are other things you don't know about because you don't have preview to those things. And then don't say because you have your own facts to your own hand, just like I come here, I don't discriminate anybody who has anything. I will just show you the alternative. And if you are saying that those were videos that was circulating in the public space, they are all fake, how come we want us to believe what you are saying is the truth? Because those are also our own facts, just like you have your own facts. So when we come to public
no, fact is a fact. There's alternate
sister,
reality. Fact is a
fact
fact.
is subjective. Fact
All
is
right, all right.
subjective. So fact is subjective. So because you have your own plea doesn't mean that what you are saying is the right thing.
Okay, thank you, everybody. Let me say that
but Doctor, officially the mayor of that city in Colorado officially come out that there is nothing of such. The head of the police also come out and say there's nothing of such. You understand? Just like living in New York, living in Newark, New Jersey, there's a building Nigerians dominate and every other thing, and people can just profile all of us that these are all Nigerians and these are scammers. Because they scam one person's grandmother. I don't think it worked like that. It didn't happen like that. But you understand, we can use everything to do politics. That's what politicians know how to do.
Sorry,
best.
Dr. Zamage, just 10 seconds, please. For instance, if we look at this, they're eating the cat, they're eating the dogs. And a lot of people believed it, and there were videos of, yes, I saw them. They were just lies. It didn't happen. So I just want to put that out there, and that kind of like if we keep regurgitating that kind of like put targets on people's back. And don't forget, Trump is not talking about people from the South America alone. He's talking about every immigrant except white people. Except for white people, because we have a lot of Europeans that have overstayed their visas in America, but they are not looking for them. They're looking for you, brown and black people. And we just help to, to promote white supremacist talking point. That is where I stand. And I'm like, why would you be a black person, a marginalized person in Nigeria, but you're advocating for other marginalized group here in America? America is a country of immigrants. America is built on the back of immigrants, both enslaved Africans, both Mexicans that they took their lands from them, part of California and Texas. So we should stop and look at the down and look and think about history that is bringing all of this in the first place.
All right. So on the part of this platform, what we're doing is
Dr. Rudolph.
Hold on.
Do you know that Elon Musk overstayed his visa for 9 months after student visa?
Okay, thank you.
He's the Messiah of KJ.
Thank you. So what we're trying to do on this platform moving forward, I think by next month we're going to get a producer who will be playing some of the roles that are missing. One of them is, to help us to, if there is an issue, to help fact check these issues. It's important that we do that, and we're also trying to see if we can hire some other people, because it's difficult while we are having a conversation to be able to do this as we go along, because things come up and people say things. And sometimes if you look at it out there, there's so many, we know, misinformation and on different sides. It's not just one side. But we'll move on. We go to Chim. Chim, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Rudolph, for having me, and compliments to everyone. So I am an endangered species, so I'm going to ask, please, for your protection, Rudolph, because I saw the way you were protecting the last speaker. She spoke so long. I hope you allow me to speak as long as she spoke, and you will
no, Chim, you should know this.
I don't know what you're trying to argue with me now.
Hold on. Let me say before you start. Moderators, we give everyone 3 minutes. That's what I said at the beginning. Okay. I have the right to extend it depending on different circumstances.
All right. So
hold on. Let me finish.
I'm appealing ahead of time.
Let me finish. It depends on how you're doing. If you need more time, I give you. I see how I went back to KJ to respond. I didn't go back to anybody else to respond because I felt that KJ needed to respond to.
All right, that's fine. No problem. That was a friendly aside.
Yeah. Okay.
So the focus now is on the bishops or priests.
It doesn't have to be. I want generally, we're looking at Trump, the first week essentially of Trump in office. What is your take? If you want to go to the bishop, it's okay. If you are from California and you want to talk about the fire, which I want to hear from California people and Trump's reaction, that's okay.
All right. So personally for me, starting from the bishops, listen, I don't think the bishop did anything wrong. I think like the last speaker said, if we want to be able to have persons with platforms that can speak truth to authority, there's nothing wrong with that. I don't have a problem with that because, like she rightly alluded to, if we have a bishop or minister in Nigeria that is able to speak truth to government and speak truth in the same function, like we had the other time, the lady who spoke truth to Ganduje, and talking about politicians, if we know that video. So I think to that extent, she didn't do anything wrong. But if you begin to dissect into the things, so one of the two things that flung at me when you played that video, I've been seeing the video, but I've never listened to it. I just never bothered, is the fact that she said they wash our plates, they pick our cotton, they pick our apple. Clap for her. She can't pick her apple herself. She can't wash her plate herself. So she has to advocate for illegal immigrants to stay to wash her plates. Guys, listen to yourselves. That's her angle. So the only good thing for these immigrants that she's fighting for is that they pick her apple. No other white person can pick the apple. No other, when she eats, goes to her dining and dines, she doesn't want to have a lack of hands that will wash her dishes. That's where she's focusing on, but nobody can read that. The only thing is, let the Akpali, the people who don't have Akpali, stay. I'm going colloquial now intentionally. So my view is this. I have no problem with immigrants. And our last speaker raised an important point. So you know that there are white illegal immigrants. How many of you have made it a talking point that, okay, all immigrants must go, but the advocacy must be that if you're chasing the guy from Venezuela that is illegal, can the person from Croatia and Kazakhstan also be chased? You never seem to say it. All you just see is that the moment they mention immigrant, it is black. I don't know why we think that way, that once an issue of immigrants, they don't want immigrants, then it has to be black. So it never occurred to me until the lady said it now, that there are other immigrants from Eastern Europe and even Western Europe who are overstayed. Make it a talking point, because they make your own a talking point. Make it a talking point, and so that way maybe the American government will look at it and say, okay, that's true. So if we're chasing Venezuela, we need to start walking into Colorado and chasing the guys who also have supposedly quote unquote white skin. Make it that talking point. But back to Trump's first week, I took my time to listen to his speech. Don't take my words for it, because I'm not I don't have a big platform. So, but I went to listen to the former speechwriter of George H.W. Bush and what she had to say about Trump's first week. And the lady was of praises. She said it was very optimistic. It gave hope. Yes, she had her own little one or two sided negatives to pick on, which of course was balanced, but she had a balanced perspective. He gave hope. See, I don't know why we're so, over the top with this whole thing about immigration. Which person has a home will be happy to see somebody just invade your home and come into your family? The answer here is no. We were here for many years crying that the Nigerian government, we even accused the last president of siding with his Fulani kinsmen who were coming from Futajelon. That Fulani people were coming from all the way from outside of Nigeria, invading Nigeria, killing people in different places, those with the farms in Benue and heading down south. When it happened in Akure, in Falae's place, they killed people. We were all condemning it. But I don't understand why those of us who live in diaspora, the moment immigrant issue comes up and they're saying illegal, are you an illegal immigrant? I always ask people, once you start getting ticked off, I ask you, did you come here illegally? Because it can only be somebody who feels he has done similar thing that will be agitated and angry. There is nowhere in the world, there's no government that says is responsible, that is going to, I know it's because it's Trump. Because Trump is loquacious, because of his, his behaviors. Sometimes even when the man is saying commonsensical things, nobody listens. And I blame him. His conduct has made that even when he's saying what is right, people can't even pick it. There is nobody here that's going to be made the president of any country. And you're responsible for lives, and you're going to be watching your border invaded. Nobody here, if you raise your hand and say that you'll be president, and you allow your border to be around, then you're not worth being the leader of that country. It doesn't happen anywhere. Nigerians and some people went to Ireland and abused going to give birth to Ireland. It did not happen. Didn't the Irish government stop that thing? Why are we always hypocritical? Why are we always this way? It seems to me that we like it when things, we've destroyed Nigeria, and we are happy to go to other places and destroy those places. And I'm not saying that Nigerians are the illegal immigrants, don't get me wrong. But I'm saying the way I see most Nigerians carry this migrant issue, legal or illegal matter, sometimes I hush and I ask, where's your education actually? You didn't come up with the word legal or illegal. There is a word for illegal. There's a reason why something is called illegal. If it doesn't go through the proper channel, then it is illegal. And so if something is illegal, are you saying the government whose job is to protect life and security of his people should fold his hands and say illegality should happen? Listen, I'll end here. During farming season, because they don't have enough Americans to go pick the cottons, to go pick the farms, we know this. They slightly open the border for people from the south to come in and do that. They do that. But it has gone beyond the way they used to do it before. Those people come in, they don't go back anymore. And they now put pressure on legal people who pay taxes. And you're saying the person who bears that tax should just fold his arms because he's charity. Even heaven, this heaven that everybody is pandering here, has strict entry behaviors, tendencies. God has told you there are criteria if you don't meet. Whether you like, you believe, whether you think God is wicked, or that you have a God that is not going to carry out punishment. He has told you that on the day to come, at the entry point of his heaven, there is going to be criteria for getting in. So if you like, go and be doing liberal things and saying, oh God. The same God, if you don't believe that Bible, stood and said, the cry of Sodom and Gomorrah has come too much into my ear. I'm going down there. The last I checked, Sodom and Gomorrah was sexuality, LGBTQ, and all these things. That today now somebody is telling me, where's my compassion? No one says kill them. No one says they shouldn't live their lives. Where the problem started was when they began to use their influence in government to push for this agenda, to insert things into books. That's why people started saying, we've had enough of you. If these guys were simply marrying who they want to marry peacefully, staying in their lane, nobody will bother about them. America has for long been an open society to migrants, an open society where they allow you to do what you want to do. But certain people, we saw it here when somebody used the pen to vote and declare certain things DEI. Instead of picking military men based on compatibility and their job, they started saying, okay, let's diversify. Let's have a number of people who have LGBT. Will LGBTQ save you if Russia comes to overrun your country? No, it's not going to. So I think we need to be rational. There will always be illegal immigration. It will, let me tell you, even when they are fighting it, the more illegal immigrants will still come in. But the point is, government will not close their eyes and say, because this will happen, therefore we will not do our job. They will always go and do their job. So let it be done. If you don't have anything to fear, you shouldn't worry yourself about illegal. I'm here in Canada. I'm not an illegal immigrant. And there was no reason for me to leave Nigeria and start running around and jumping fences to get into it. I wouldn't do it. I applied. I got it. I moved in. If you don't qualify and you haven't had the time to regularize your paper, unfortunately, the law is what it is. It will catch up with you. So I don't think coming here to say it's not a Trump thing. Fact, statistics show that previous governments before Trump have even deported immigrants more than him. Like I said, it is his loquaciousness, his tendencies that often make that even when he is saying what is right, nobody seems to be listening. And I blame him for it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. Chim, you spent over 11 minutes.
It's nice play compared to what you did earlier, but that's fine.
I hope you're happy because you won't remember this when you complain next time. The flagship, go ahead.
Thank you, Rudolph. Let me start off with this. My voice is a little bit out, just getting over a cold, so pardon me if you don't hear me very well. Good afternoon to every member of the panel and also those that are watching and in the comment section. Every other protocol duly observed. Chim. You spoke my mind. Thank you and hats off to you. That was very, very great. I'm not going to take too much time, but I'll just add these tidbits to it to piggyback on what you said. You know, it's easy to start to quote stuff and point Bible and Christianity and stuff when we really don't understand what is being done and said. The reason why I am here in America is because my country is messed up. And the reason why it is, and the same goes for every one of you there looking at me. The reason why you are here today is because your country decided not to do what is right for you and for me. That's why we are here today. Now, in Nigeria, we used to, back in the day, many years ago, we used to, when this oil exploration started, we used to have these British folks that come in there and we call them expatriates. And come to find out, these guys really don't have any formal education. And over here in the West, we call them illegal immigrants. Over there, they pay them more than our best graduates. Over here, they pay them below minimum wages. And for some reason, we think it is good. The beauty of American democracy is what we're looking at today with Trump in office and everybody else that is standing up to oppose him for everything that he seems to stand for. I like Trump. Let me say it out loud. I like him. And here's why I like him. He does what he says he will do. Or at least he tries to do it, even though the law will not allow him. I like him. I'm not going to deny it. You see, the bishop that spoke has every right to speak as a citizen. And she has every right to put up that good show that she put in a very fine, subtle voice that makes it look very, very impressionable. And mention all the class and group and category of people that she mentioned. And Chin, thank you so much for making it clear to me even, because I didn't see it from that perspective. But when I heard you speak, I thought about it. So what they are good for is to wash our dishes and do all the jobs that we refuse to do. And on top of that, we pay them minimum wage. How derogatory is that? That we reduce these people to the class where we put them, and all of a sudden, a bishop wants to advocate for them. It would have made a lot of sense for me if she had met with all the CEOs of these big companies and tell them that please stop paying these people below minimum wage. Give them health care. Give them everything that the average American citizen would want if they have to do this job. The reason why Americans are refusing to do the job is not because they don't want to do it. It's because the wages is nothing to write home about. I live here in the state of Georgia. A beautiful young lady was just out about her business, jogging, and was killed. Very, 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 very annoying by someone who crossed the border illegally. That's one that the news cared to bring out because people cried out loud about it. We're not talking about the 2, 3, 4, 5 6 and maybe many more that are out there that have not made it to the news. And the man is saying, I want these guys back. I use the airport a lot here at Hartsfield Jackson. I don't drive to the airport. I ride in Uber. By virtue of my job, I have to be at the airport almost every day of the week. And when I order an Uber, it's hard to get where I live, you know? But lately, it's been very, very prevalent. When I say lately, I'm talking within the last 12 to 16 months. You order it, normally it would take about 40 minutes to get one if they find one, but now you order it in 10, 15 minutes or less, it gets to you. And here's what my findings have been. Yeah, the majority of them, the majority, not all, the majority of them are from Venezuela. I talk to them. They don't speak English. The app would tell you, I don't speak English before you get there. So you know how to communicate with your driver when he gets to you. And for those who understand English, I ask them, when did you come to America? For many of them, it's less than a year ago. How did you get to drive? And they laugh and smile. Oh, my brother, my friend. So they are using people's Uber profile to drive. That's a safety concern there. So when Trump says he wants every one of these violators to be out, I don't think the man means to say that the good people who are doing the jobs that many Americans have refused to do should be wrapped up and sent back to their countries. They are looking for dangerous people that are living amongst us, who drive Ubers, who maim women, rape them, steal, rob, break into people's homes. These are the people he wants out. And unfortunately, a group of people may be caught up in the mix of that really do not do that when they get them. I agree and I support that they should be sent back. My community has to be safe. I can't run away from one 8,000 miles away and come here and watch this one go bad on me. I have children that I'm raising. Where else do I want to go from here at my age? I'm over 50. Now, when he talked about LGBTQ, I don't think Trump is saying he hates them. Yeah, who mentioned it here? Was it Mazi Prince that said one of his picks for office is a gay member? Yes. But does that not tell you that the man really doesn't mean what you're saying he means? What Trump is saying is by policy, the US government is not going to front this confusion in identity crisis that we have, that it is shoved down the throats of our children in school. And we are made to do what we do not agree to or agree with when this lifestyle is being forced on us. If I'm a pastor and I don't believe in marrying two males or females, I must not be forced to do it because the law says so. That's what he's trying to say. So America is not going to front that legally and by policy to force it upon you and me. So when the bishop, who I applaud in a way, it's good that she said that. That's freedom of speech here in America. That's what a true democracy is, or at least American democracy. That's what it means. If you say something and they don't like it, they can challenge it in court and legally. Trump speak for defense secretary, barely made it yesterday. For those of you who think that Trump is here, he's just going to change everything at the snap of a finger and has all the power to do it. I wonder if you really know about this country. There are systems and checks that will stop him on his track. Trump cannot do what the law does not allow or support. People will oppose him. People will check him. Yes, he may say it, but he cannot and will not do it. His pick for defense secretary barely made it because the vice president casted his vote. But he has both the House and the Senate. They didn't support it. So don't think that Trump is here and will just flip America over do what he likes, run for a third term, becomes a totalitarian regime or administration here in America. It's not going to be that way. And let me end this way. Two responses. If Tinubu says tomorrow that, or excuse me, if a bishop in Nigeria or one of the geos there tomorrow comes to say, Tinubu, allow these bandits, terrorists, Boko Haram, whatever they call them, have mercy and compassion on them and let them come integrate within us in our society. Yes, I would have a problem with that. I will call that bishop's name out. I will scream out loud. And lastly, Mazi Prince said that we Christians, or those of you who are Christians, what would Jesus do? If you come through an illegal way to Jesus's camp, he would tell you, no, go back and go do it the legal way. And then you can come in. I'll end there.
All right. Thank you, the flagship. Richards, you're next.
Yeah, good evening from here, from Germany. Anyway, Trump issue is mostly for Americans, but over here in Europe, Trump is also changing the politics in Europe, mostly where I live here in Germany, because whenever America sneezes, everywhere we catch, everywhere catches cold. By next month, there will be an election here, and people are also really panicking. The kind of people or the government that is going to replace this government, because the government we have here is a bit weak, and Germans are expecting to have a strong candidate or chancellor like Trump. Maybe not too far right, but in the center. Now, coming to Trump, why I like Trump is he's just not a career politician. Trump is just somebody that doesn't like what career politicians are doing. Look at Joe Biden, how many years that Joe Biden spent, in politics in America? More than 50 years. All of them. Even some senators are there more than 60 years. What are they doing there? Most of them are even, more than 90 years. They're still there. But Trump giving Europeans, this job to do. For example, the last time Trump was there, he told them, "You guys are not coming up with your defense budget, which is up to 2% of your annual budget," which they protested, and later most of them started making it up. Like Germany started putting more money into NATO. Now the Europeans are also very afraid that he might rise, hike the whole thing up to 5%, which Germany has said that they cannot even afford to put more money in defense, 5% of their GDP. So if you look at Trump's, politics, making America great again, I can understand him, but he's also trying to weaken Europe, because if Europeans can, like Germany, where I live here, the economy is not strong anymore. People are struggling to pay their gas and other things, and because Germany has no gas, has no petrol, or crude oil. So if Trump, tries to, kind of persuade them or blackmail them to put more money into NATO, it's going to cause a lot of trouble here in Europe, honestly, because we don't have this money like Americans have the money, or the government have the money to buy all these weapons and fight war all over the world. So I hope that Trump will make it easier for Europeans to to come along, because I don't see him making. I don't see Germany. Sorry, I don't see Germany coming up with 5% of their annual GDP into defense. It's going to be difficult for us to pay here. Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. I didn't want to draw us back, but I wanted to say, Germany, you guys enjoy free education. You have free healthcare. And maybe you have to get some of those money and put it in defense, just like we are doing here. Because if we take that money, I'm speaking for Trump now, if we take the money we put in defense, we can give everybody here free healthcare, free education like you have. So you can find the money if you want to. I just cut some of these things you enjoy. We don't enjoy them here. All right, stay humble. You're next. You're muted. Can you unmute yourself?
I'm sorry, I had something playing in the background, so I had to stop it. And thank you very much for the opportunity. Good evening, everyone. From here, it's already night in England, so I know it's day. I think in the US and probably Canada. I've never been there, so I don't know what it is like over there. Yeah, so I appreciate the privilege to be here, and I want to really appreciate everyone on the forum for this really educative and informative set of discussions. I appreciate Dr. Rudolph as well. When I was in secondary school, I read some of his articles and those of Professor Okendi, but I didn't know that I would share, a platform like this with him. So yeah,
Whenever
it's a
they
great
talk about
privilege.
secondary school, I feel so old. Don't suffer.
Yeah, my father was a fan of Daily Sun, and Okendi used to write on the Tuesday column, and that was Offside Musings. Yeah, so I read quite a lot of them in secondary school and then in university as well. So yeah, I didn't know I would have the opportunity, to be on the same, platform with you. So I count it a huge privilege.
Thank you.
I've been following for more than 2 years now. I joined at some point 2 years ago, but due to connectivity, camera issues, and the rest, had not been joining the forum. But I used to follow, most of the discussions on here. So yeah, it's really informative, and I like the fact that we are discussing really deeply the politics of the United States, because some people have criticized us, in the past, saying, "Oh, we're Nigerians. Why should we bother ourselves with what's happening in the US?" But again, we Nigerians should endeavor to participate very actively. I mentioned that the last time I was here in the evening, in politics, outside our indigenous geographical settings, because that's very key. The first time I voted in the UK, one of the most shocking things to me was that I discovered that there was no African on the ballot. Most of the ballots, no Africans were there. And then say, if we don't actively participate, how are we going to change things? Because even the Indians, the Asians as well, generally, it was true participation in European politics, American politics, even the Jews, that they were able to influence some of the politics back home. So yeah, it's something really appreciable for us to discuss these issues, because when we are involved, that's one. Because whether we believe it or not, the real rulers of Nigeria are not Nigerians. So if we join them where they are, then maybe we can change things, if that makes sense. So I didn't join early. I don't know which of the topics we are talking about. Is it Ganduje? Is it Trump?
No. We're on up with the Trump. 1 week of Trump as president.
Okay, 1 week of Trump. Fine. I don't know so much about American politics. Probably not as much as Chim or the flagship. But yeah, the little I know, it's been an eventful week for Donald Trump. I used to be a fan of Trump, but no longer a fan of Trump due to so many things, his behavior and some of the things I expected him to do in his first term that he really didn't do. Trump has made a slew of changes, a lot of policies out there, executive orders and the rest, which is a learning point for us in Nigeria and other African countries. This is the first week, and we've seen a lot of things. We have a lot of things on the list to discuss regarding what he's done first week. But again, we had a leader, which I don't want to mention his name, who's spent, I think, about 180 days or so to even name ministers or something. So really, really disappointing. Yeah, he's made a lot of changes, and the immigration policy was top on the list even before he came to office, during his campaign. Even during his first term, he said he would kick out illegal immigrants, in quotes. It's really difficult to specify, who illegal immigrants are, because there are, it's really labyrinthine, if I'll use that term, because it depends on how one is defining illegal immigrant. But I don't think that that's going to continue, after a few weeks. Really, I think it's something we call initial gragra in Warri. Just to make you understand that, look, we are in charge here. You have to be loyal, right? But after some time, I think he would concentrate more on the burning issues, of America, and what's happening in Ukraine, because those living in the US and Canada might not feel the biting effect of the war in Ukraine as much as those living in Europe, like us, because the cost of everything is high, partly because of the war. So I think it's really, really important that he, delves into that issue of the war after this whole immigration razzmatazz. Yeah, so I don't really know so much about US politics, really. Yeah, but I will be following what you do, and then when it comes to the next topic, I might be able to throw more light on them. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
All right, thank you. Stay humble. I've been seeing you on the platform, but this is the first time I'm moderating and you are here. So nice to see you. Henry.
You're welcome.
Yeah, good evening, Mr. Rudolph and everyone. Donald Trump should think twice before he take action about this so-called illegal immigrant that is pumping right now in America. Who is the immigrant you're talking about? Who is the illegal immigrant? Trump's wife was illegal immigrant too. She was. He came as legal. After visa, he changed to become immigrant, not illegal no more. If you go to Trump family issues, Trump forefathers related from Germany here. They came to America. Most of you here are all immigrants. Some of you are illegal immigrants become legal immigrants. You can't tell me that. Most of you here, you are first of all illegal immigrants before become legal immigrants, before becoming citizens. When you supporting deportation of illegal immigrants, the amount of many Nigerians are there more than 20 years. They don't have a green card. They don't have a resident there. They are paying tax illegal. They are paying tax legally, but they are illegal. The system is messed up. American system is messed up. That is how it is. Let me go to Germany here. Germany, when you come to Germany here, I live in Germany for more than 20-something years right now. When you come to Germany here illegal, you have to apply to become legal. If they accept you, you stay. They become legal. You have a visa, some years, or a year visa.
Thank you, Henry. Sonny, you're the last person on this topic.
My brother in Germany said the truth. If you are here in Germany, you came as Azulanten. That is, you came here as a refugee from Nigeria. How did you get your pass? How did you get your stay? No. How? Let Excuse me. Let us be honest. Let us be honest with ourselves.
Please, can I answer him?
Excuse me.
Let him finish. Henry, let
me finish. Let me finish. I came in 1990. We are talking about 20 years. I've been here for 34 years. By November, I'll be 35 here. And you are telling this, you are here saying that Germans, you can come here and get stay here in Germany. Excuse me. Excuse me. You said so because you said that you can come here, then become an asylum seeker, and they give you papers, right? In Germany. In Germany.
Now, listen to what I said. If you come here legally, if you have a pass, if you have a visa, come to this country till tomorrow. If you come here, you can go as refugee.
Yeah,
Once
yes.
you're a refugee here, they will accept you, or they accept you, or they deny you.
How many Nigerians have you seen that gotten? How many Nigerians that have you seen that gotten their stay through asylum seeking?
Listen. Listen to me. Many years ago, during my time, they come here with a different nationality. Let me educate this man very well. Maybe time is long.
You don't need to educate me. I'm going to educate you, because if you are here, you have to be honest with yourself.
Your time, you don't even move out. I'm telling you what's going on.
Excuse me, if you are here, you have to tell the truth.
Damages, can you intervene? Can you moderate this?
Let the Germans.
No, because we have to be honest with ourselves here.
Rudolph, listen to me.
Okay.
When you come to this country, some Nigerians use other nationality. Listen, just talking, you don't even know what is going on. So other Nigerians use other nationality to say maybe they have a country that have African countries that have a crisis, like Liberia. Like some say I'm a Nigerian, I'm from the north, I have a crisis there. My family, they're looking for me. I'm a one-time person. They come with a different trick to come as a refugee in this country. Either they accept you or they deny you. They give you chance to apply if they deny you.
So Henry, that's like driving Uber with somebody's name, Abby.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So when this person stay in this country for some time illegally, but at that time you are a refugee. If at that time you are a refugee in this country, but you still have medical care, you still have address. You still stay in the camp, or you rent an apartment somewhere. You are still a refugee. You still have a status in this country. Not illegal.
Off this mic, let's move on.
Just listen. I'm just telling you. Because this guy don't know what is going on. You still not illegal. You are a refugee. You have a refugee status. That's it. So if they grant you a refugee status, you go gradually. If they deny you, they give you a chance to go and apply again. You got to go to court. You have to apply to the asylum office. After they deny you again, they can give you dudum. They said you have some weeks or 3 months to leave this country. If not, they catch you, they can deport you. With this process, they give birth, they marry, they have a girlfriend who they give birth to their kids. They have a girlfriend pregnant. They become.
That's what you guys do in Germany.
This is how they do it.
What?
Me, I got married. I got married in Swiss. So
yes,
what I'm trying to say.
This is exactly because, for example, my brother Henry, if you didn't marry here, there's no way you can be allowed to stay here if you didn't marry here. So see, that's what I'm saying. Because you're accusing the Americans of not allowing 15 years, they didn't get paper 20 years. If you stay here 40 years and you didn't marry a German or an European, you will be kicked off. You will be here illegally. You will be kicked off. That is the Wahrheit. That's the truth.
So hold on, Henry. Let's get back.
Rudolph, off this mic.
Let's get back to America.
Why should you off the mic? Why do you off the mic? Why?
So
you don't hear the truth.
So the problem with the people coming from Latin America is that they refuse to marry Americans. Is that the problem?
No, it's different. You know why? No. It's not a joke. It's not. Let's be realistic.
Yeah.
If the American government can accept them, if they can accept illegal people working and paying tax, why they cannot give them status in that country? This is what I'm saying.
All right.
This is what I'm saying.
Stop playing. Okay. Thank you, Henry. Thank you. One day we'll talk about. One day we'll talk about immigration and what people really go through and what's going on for Africans.
Because you're paying tax illegally, you're working illegally, paying tax. They don't want to deport you. Does it make sense?
You cannot stay in Germany without getting married to a German or an European. So it is the same thing. It is the same thing. If you are not married here, you will not be allowed to stay here. It is the same thing.
There is a misconception flying around. I just want us to correct before we move on.
Okay, go ahead.
Tony, don't be offended, please. While we appreciate and we understand there are people who leave Nigeria or anywhere, there is no war going on in Nigeria, maybe between 1990 and 80, and you say you are claiming asylum and you get papers, that's fine. It is not all of us who left Nigeria running to go and claim asylum. I got my PR right inside Lagos.
Exactly.
I got my PR. So don't come and be telling me I have become American or Canadian and I'm trying to block the door. I am not trying to do any of that. Canadian, excuse me, brother, please, can you calm down? It's not all about GB all the time. Listen.
No,
can you please
try to cover up something?
I beg you.
Henry, hold on. Henry, let him finish. Yeah, go ahead, Jim.
The Canadian system has a permanent residence application that you can stay wherever you are in the world and apply. If you apply and you meet all the criteria, they issue you the visa. Upon landing, they give you 1 year to land. When you land, then you get your PR. You don't get your refugee. I don't want to mention names so that it doesn't look like I'm demeaning any country. You apply. They're looking for what they call, skilled labor. If you meet those criteria, you apply, you get your permanent residence, and then you have a time frame to land. A lot of Nigerians, that's the way they came to Canada.
Yeah, I know.
So it is not everybody that landed in Canada or Germany or wherever.
How many people do that?
No, excuse me.
Rudolph, they are eating my time.
All right. Thank you.
I wanted to correct that impression, please.
Tim, thank you. We are going to make this a topic one day. Tony, you have the last word on this topic.
Yes. Greetings, everybody. And those who are listening, I've been listening, because I was on motion, so I've been listening, and I just I came in when I got home. I particularly would like to associate myself with a lot of what Chim said, but I have a few issues too with some of the things he said. First of all, like Chim, I came in here in America with an immigrant visa. I had to wait for 13 years. Even though it was supposed to take me 10 years. But each case is unique. There are peculiarities. People have reasons why they move, and they have a choice of how they move. I'm not going to interrogate that. But let me just say, so it's not true that people first become illegal before they become legal. No, it doesn't apply to everybody. I wasn't desperate to come to America because I was doing well in Nigeria. I came here because I wanted better opportunities for my kids, and I'm ready to go home. I'm putting the infrastructure down. So I love Nigeria. I pray for Nigeria, and I'm hopeful that Nigeria is going to be better if we fix the leadership issue. So that's that for me. Just yesterday, I sent a link just to concur with a Chim to somebody in Nigeria. On how he can immigrate to Canada. There's a proper way to do it. And if you go through the proper way, you will save yourself a lot of embarrassment. You save yourself a lot of embarrassment. You don't have to necessarily go through Sahara Desert or go to Brazil, and stuff like that to come here and risk your life. No, so I just want to make that point. Now, I think Chim did say when he was talking about the lady, Bod, the minister, that when he was referring to picking apples and so on and so on, I think it was more, for me, a figure of speech, because they are undocumented, they are unskilled, so the kind of job that they get is not the type that you expect those of us who are properly documented would get. I think that's what she was referring to, not necessarily the fact that she was trying to demonize them and so on and so forth. But let me make one point here. Even though I came into this country properly documented, and now I'm an American citizen, Trump has issues with people like me. He has issues with people from Asia, he has issues from people from Latin America. He would prefer people from Norway to come. So that speaks volumes of his mindset. If you look at the rhetorics, when he was, it's his first time and even this time, he never said anything about people from Latin America. Nothing. Everybody coming there, not good. They are prisoners. They're carrying disease. They're carrying smallpox. None of them is good. Nobody coming from shithole country is good. Everybody is bad. But if you come from Norway, you're acceptable. That's a mindset. That's a stereotype. So you can immediately read, even before he became president, what he's trying to achieve. We are poisoning the blood of their country. So this is red meat that is given. And you know what he's talking about. Because the population of immigrants is increasing and is a challenge, both politically, economically, and so on. So there is a kite that is flying, and the people, he knows the people, the constituency that he's talking to, and they are buying it. Now, the challenge for us is those of us who are lucky, who are privileged to be here, whether you came in through whatever means, is for us to stay here, get what we want, go back to our country and develop our country with the knowledge that we have acquired and all the things that we have acquired. If you know what you are, the reason why you are here, you get it. And then how do you leverage all those things and competencies that you have got to help your country? I think for me, that's the critical thing. Now, having said that, I also want to talk about what the lady said, mercy. What is the meaning of mercy? If you interrogate that word properly, mercy means that some wrong has been done. That's if you read in between the lines. She's saying, yes, some wrong has been done. But as the president, you have absolute power. You can use this same order that you have, executive order that you have, and show some compassion. Now, you can't make a sweeping generalization, because what the problem is here is, one, Trump's rhetoric and the process, because he's not the first to deport people. It's the process that he has embarked upon. It's the process. And if you look at the process, it's very unfair. And we must say the truth. What the woman is saying, the church is the pillar of truth. What the woman is saying is, listen, as someone who has been saved by God, and Trump did say that, and you have these people who have these various situations, is there a way you can look at each person? Every individual is unique. Can you look at them? Those of them that have committed crimes, of course, throw them back, send them back. But you cannot generalize and just make a sweeping and sweep everybody out. That is wrong. That's why it's having all these myriads of challenges all over, from left to right and center. You know, so for me, it's very clear. He has a mindset. And I'm not going to look at his personality, because, I mean, nobody is a saint. I don't want to talk about his personality. But if you look at his personality, it's terrible. Okay? So, but what I'm saying is, he has the right. He's an immigrant. His wife is an immigrant. Everybody's an immigrant, apart from the Amerindians. So, if you want to fix America, why not see that? I mean, he hadn't had all his cabinets, set up. So he is a man who talks before he reasons. That's what I see. That's my own assessment. And I would think that, having gone through all the problems in his first term, the first term, this time he will be more circumspect. He will moderate his speech, having learned all the lessons from the things that he has done, the good and the bad and the ugly. That this time that he's coming, and knowing that this is going to be his last term, even though I hear someone is flying the kite that he can tinker with the constitution and go for third term. I think that this time, that if he wants to make America great, and America has been great, America has never gone down, that what he will do is to look specifically at the issues and say, okay, we made this mistake, this is what, I mean, he doesn't want Muslims to be here. He doesn't want Shito country people to be here. He doesn't want Mexicans to be here. And yet these people contribute immensely to the GDP of America. So you can't throw away the baby and the bathwater. That's wrong. And that we must address. So my problem with Trump, really, is that he has the mindset. And he's not talking to America, he's talking to his constituency. And he has whipped up a lot of anger against people. There are people who eat pets, they're killing the pets, they're eating pets all over. And there is the terrible, ill feeling against immigrants. And now when you talk about immigrants, you think he's talking about Black people and Hispanics. But there are people, someone said it, there's people from Eastern Europe who are here. They don't seem to see them. But he's Indian, he's people from Africa, he's people from not this thing. I mean, that's wrong. I think this is bad at that. And we must call it out and say, look, Trump, you've done the wrong thing. This is not how to rule. Let me just use.
Thank you, Ton.
Rudolph, give me 30 seconds, please.
No, nobody. Okija.
This guy spoke my mind.
We have been on one topic for 3 hours. Okija, 2 minutes.
Okay. What's his name? Who spoke last? I forgot his name.
Tony spoke.
Tony,
last.
thank you very much. Tony said a whole lot of things. I mean, like it's never good. It's never good to have a porous border, to have people to open into a country. Nigeria is, the way it is now because people entered into our border. Like parents of Buhari, parents of Murtala Mohammed. They came from other countries, and that's they messed Nigeria up. And currently, we have a lot of Fulanese people, from other areas, people from Benin Republic, or all over Nigeria. People, undocumented. We have Chinese undocumented. We have Lebanese undocumented, in Nigeria. So nobody will be happy that his country, is being, overtaken by people. But like Tony said, we understand what is going on. Make America great is make America white. That's basically what it is. Trump, his wife, she was illegal immigrant. She didn't have papers when she came to this country. She was illegal. I don't know about the first wife. I think she was illegal too. And his parents, they were illegal. And but the thing is, he's a calm man. He knows people he's talking to, like Tony said, and he knows how to get them. Why he's talking to them, they are supporting him. He's doing his con. He started up with his meme crypto, a bunch of nonsense. He has become a billionaire overnight. He's talking to them. He's making money. He's a calm man. Like anybody who understands the 419 how it is done, and for people who do in Nigeria, you understand. The game. They gives you a target. You're pushing a target. He's somewhere. Lining his pocket. So that's basically who he is. And I also want to correct some things. People keep saying here. People like Chim that any issue they bring other Christianity or other things. They're not more Christian than I am. Sodom and Gomorrah was not destroyed because of homosexualism. It will go to Ezekiel chapter 16 and read it where you understand why Sodom and Gomorrah were destroyed. And also, what's his name? Flagship. He was talking about he gave a false equivalence talking about terrorists, past Nigeria saying to have based on terrorists. That's false equivalence. You have so many undocumented people here in the US, and they're working hard. That they're not they don't commit more crime than the legal and citizens of the country. They contribute their quota. They work hard. I've met a lot of them, in so many places. And also, what I want to do, if America, they really want to do it, let them just do it. Deport every illegal immigrant so that we will know the cost of things in the US, so that you will know the cost of water, you will know the cost of, how much, businessmen, Trump, even his, whatever, all his businesses, how much he'll be paying workers, to do the job in the US. They don't understand what they're talking about, because deport how many millions? Do you know how much it's going to cost you, to deport them? Professor Damages, please, explain to them, because I think I've, reaching something, on that. How much it will cost to deport one person? How much it will cost to deport about 10,000 people? And then, what it does to the economy.
Please
tell them.
Thank you. Let's just end it here. Let me just point out a few things. I had all of you, and it was quite interesting.
I'm not trying to take the microphone from you, but you see, Okija just threw a red meat now. And
No. Wait. Let me.
He called Buhari's parents illegal. He called Moitala's parents illegal. And it is perfectly okay. That's not a Trump kind of talk. What he just did is not a Trump type of talk. It's the talk of good people. I just want to erase that matter for you. So that all of us who are listening, he called Buhari. He said the problem we have is because Nigeria opened the border and Buhari's father.
Yeah, I don't support illegal immigration. I don't support it. That's why I said it. I said it.
No, Okija, no.
I said it.
Perfectly okay. You are right. Okija, I'm in alignment with you.
Please move on.
All right.
Sometimes we lose this context before we move on.
May I let Okija know also that is equivalent to a false equivalence.
See why I said we should move on. So let me just put a few things out there so we can move on to another topic. Thank you, everybody. I was touched when Chim and the flagship, I think they were talking about washing plates and picking apples. And I've never had what they did there. I've never had anybody do it before, which is like, try to make it look like they actually care about these people, that the effort should be to help them. In fact, there's a video, I think we shared it on our platform, moderators. Somebody shared it where somebody was arguing, a white guy, that because you broke into my house and you are washing my place doesn't mean that I should not take you, punish you for breaking into my house. Making the argument about the fact that they pick our apples. But what Chim and Flagship did was something unique, saying that we should actually advocate for them to get paid well, that, they shouldn't just be picking apple. That, I mean, some of them are doctors. There are actually cases where Haitians who came here because of language problems, some of them were professors, were doctors, were engineers, but they are doing those jobs because that's all they could do. They cannot even communicate. So, and I would think that Chim and Flagship, they actually mean what they are saying in terms of, helping these people out. But again, they actually want them to be thrown out, but they're presenting a unique picture, like we should care about these people more. And then Chim talked about taxpayers, or maybe Flagship, that taxpayers, American taxpayers, should worry their taxes are being used. That argument has been put out there. You can actually Google it and see how much immigrants, and those we call illegal immigrants without papers, how much they contribute to this society and how much they take. They actually contribute more. Okija said something important in terms of, I actually want this to be done if Trump is really bold. Take out 20 million people, 20 million, we are estimating between 13 and 20 million people who are here without the papers. Take them out of this society and see what will happen, and see how much it will cost the country to actually do it. Do you remember some countries are rejecting? Their countries already saying you can't fly these people to our country. We don't know what you're talking about. We need to see who they are, see their passports, like these Germans, Nigerians in Germany going anyway. But it's more complicated than we are making it look. Both as a human issue, as people who left their countries, and there might be criminals, there might be people who are living because economic issues, but there are many issues. It's not as easy as we are presenting it here, as basically let them. And one last thing, I want to round up. One last thing. So Tony said, we're here to get what we want and go back. And that made me laugh. Tony, you're not going back anywhere. And then one thing we should be concerned about that we don't always bring up, I think maybe because some of us are not invested in that, is the fact that there is, behind all these things we see in America and Europe, is also the fear that their countries, what they call their countries, are being taken over by other people. Okay? Now, our time is limited here. I mean, we are going to die 20, 50 years, 60 years, 100 years from now. But our children, who are not going back to anywhere, they are the ones who will be here, and they will continue to battle that challenge, the new challenge that Trump represents, which is that we are being replaced by these people coming from other places. And we have to do something to stop that replacement. That's what our children will deal with, not us. It may not be prominent. I mean, America is still 70% white. People don't even know that. Europe, most of Europe is still 70% white. But in the next 20 years, it will drop to 50%. And this is what is behind most of the things you're saying. And our children, the people we are giving birth to here, that we are not taking to wherever we think we are going, because you can decide to retire home. I know some people might do that if they don't kidnap you if you go back. But you might decide to retire, but your children are not going back with you. For most of us, it's what will happen. So the point I'm making is this. There are many ways to look at these things. And I think that there's the human, look at it with human, what did Dovas call it? Milk of human...
Kindness.
Kindness, yes. Thank you very much. Yeah, there has to be that. And that's what I saw from the lady, the bishop, when she was speaking. And I didn't see that a lot from most of our people who are talking here. All right. Let's take a break. When we come back to Nigeria. There are many issues.
Doctor, the bishop lives in a multi-million-dollar mansion. Don't forget that.
What's wrong with that? It's a capitalist society. What's wrong with that? If you work for it, what's wrong with it?
Richard, let me tell you, Richard, you know the people who are actually supporting immigration. They are these billionaires you saw behind Trump when he was speaking. The rich people in this country. It's not the poor people. They are the people who need them, so that the same reason. Anyway, we don't want to go. This topic will not end. You know, the same
whole thing is
reason
complicated.
Go ahead, Rudolph. I want you to go ahead.
The same reason why tariff. You know, Trump is talking about tariffs and trying to get people without telling the ordinary people that you are the one that will pay for this. It's not the companies that will pay for it. It's not China. It's not Canada that will pay for it. It's you, the buyer. And you know when he will pull back, when he sees the prices of things going up. The same thing will happen with immigration. If we move 15 million people out of America today, houses will be empty.
They're already complaining. Farmers are complaining.
There are farmers saying that
caregivers are complaining.
24% of their workers are not showing up. 24% of people picking these things. So prices will go up. The same poor people who are thinking that Trump is doing a favor to them will pay for it. It's more complex than we're making it. I'm not saying nobody's saying that America should not protect its border. Nobody's saying that they should not deport people. Obama deported more people than any president. It's been going on. But to make it a political issue, to present it more than what it is, and cover up the reason why you are doing it, and for people to buy it, people who are not understanding the issues behind the issue.
Rudolph, with this economic analysis you just gave, which is sound, when Obama deported that volume of people, how did it shake the system economically?
Thank you.
This what happened.
And how did the media report?
Hold on. This what happened.
Excellent question.
Let me answer, Chim, before you go.
Compassion for that. Why was the media not able to show compassion for those who have been deported and report it in the negative?
Okay. No, let me tell you. Obama, first of all, the people who are being deported, more people were coming in. Okay, as it has always been. Okay. As more people are being deported, more people are coming in. That's one. Secondly, Obama did that for a particular reason, and I've said it on this show. Obama had two goals when he won the presidency. One was healthcare for everybody. Okay. The other one was immigration, what they call comprehensive immigration bill. Now he decided to go with healthcare first, but by the time he finished healthcare, he had burnt down his political capital. He could not do the immigration. But what he thought was that maybe during the second term, by deporting people, showing that we are moving away from this country, people who are criminals, everybody accepts that, all parties.
No, Rudolph, he did that deportation in his first term, not the second.
He did it throughout. Even
the majority of the deportation he did was in his first term.
Yeah. Okay. But I'm saying that he did it throughout his time.
And he did not.
His deportation was not a mass deportation. It was not a mass deportation. It was not a raid deportation.
Yeah.
My brother,
what these people are talking about raiding and mass deportation. Because Obama did normal deportation, but at a higher rate.
All right. So
let me explain it in a few minutes, please. Okay. 1 second. 1 minute, brother. Obama deported people in mass. There were planes, not cargo planes, but planes that were chartered, and people were deported, and there are cases of many who landed in countries that were not theirs. I have a guy that I know here in Georgia that ended up in Ghana. It was a phone call when we were looking for him. We couldn't, and he had a green card, but his case was he committed a crime. And so when he was caught, his name is already in the system. They didn't waste no time. He said he made it back in 3 weeks. Obama deported people in mass, and that did not sink
He reported the MS-13 gang en masse. MS-13 gang.
No. We can make excuses for any.
No, Google it. Google it. Google it there. Google it there.
About Googling. I don't need to Google. See, listen, if I don't like Rudolph's policy now, I will look for all the reasons to nail Rudolph's policy. But if I prefer Flagship's own, I will look for all the milk of kindness to show how milkily kind Flagship is. But at the end of the day, deportation, not deportation.
All right. We will continue this conversation about American politics. Trump just started. It's not even a week. Tomorrow it will be 6th day. So we have a long way to go. And but we will come back to talk about Nigerian issue and go from there. But for the time being, let's take a break. When we come back, we talk about Tinubu. He's been doing his own thing, So. right, welcome back, everybody, and thank you for hanging in with us. Tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa, we have one of our own joining us as a guest. Dr. Dominic will join us and he will discuss major health issues affecting Africans in the diaspora and precautions to take. And next week on 90 Minutes Africa, we have Dr. Franklin Obumweze joining us to help us understand geopolitical issues going on across the world. But right now, we want to go back to Nigeria and talk on the issues. There are several issues going on in Nigeria. And I want us to start with Tinubu, what Tinubu has been up to this week. I think he's in France. Do we know where he is? Or I think he's in Nigeria. I'm not
back.
He's back
in Nigeria.
Oh, yeah. Back in Nigeria. Okay. All right. So let's start with this video. You think that the government, they have enough problems, but they're picking on more. Let's look at this.
Hello, Lisa. Hello.
How are you? Which one? I want to cause traffic for this place again. Not be airport road be this. Wanna come up for roads. You know, to wind this place down. Why not? We are not parking. We are not supposed to be causing traffic to the airport. We are not parking. Wanna calm down. Calm down. We know the park. Go and bring your car. I know the park. Now they cause traffic for roads. We don't need this traffic. This is the airport to this is the airport road. I know the park. Come on for roads. I know the park. Go bring your commissioner. I know the park. I know the park. When I come up for roads, God punish you too.
All right, sorry about that. So that was Showore. His encounter with the police on his way to the airport. It has led to the police authorities. They are demanding that they would like to see him. Considering everything going on in the country, this is what the Nigerian police is after. We discussed that. I want to know what went wrong there. Also, you have the EFCC. According to them, they went to arrest some Yahoo boys somewhere in Awka, Anambra State, and they were able to. They encountered resistance from one of the people who live in the building, a medical doctor who opened fire on them and killed one of their officers. That led to a lot of people weighing in on the way they act when they go to do their job. And there have been so many videos out there. I will play some of them later on about encounters, how people have experienced the EFCC in line of duty. So we want to discuss that. So let me start with you, okay, Jay.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. Yeah, I saw that video, that Shore's video, and at first I didn't know it was Shore till, because I was saying, who is this guy who is bold enough to talk to police people like this in Nigeria, but eventually when I listened to it again, and I realized it was Shore, and I don't know why the police in Nigeria will leave all their problems and they're looking for Shore. It doesn't make any sense. I mean, something must be wrong with these people's brains, because is it because Shore doesn't have his own guards, his own entourage? Because if it was another former presidential candidate coming, they wouldn't dare to stop him. They will not stop him. They will clear the road for him to pass. But now, looking for him in fact, I even heard that there was a charge coming up for against him for something of police. You know, now they arrest people in Nigeria for insulting very important people. It has become part of the law now. In fact, so much so that that was, being, some people are being held under the government of Lagos State government for insulting the governor, insulting Sheyi, and all that. That's a new law. That's a new norm in Nigeria. So I'm not surprised at what they are trying to do. But I don't know how far they'll be able to get with that, because you see, they will continue pushing until they push the Nigerian people to the wall, and the people will have to turn around, and it may not be good. The case of the Yahoo arrest, it was said that this guy was suspected to be a Yahoo boy, and because he was suspected to be a Yahoo boy, they needed to raid his house, and they went at 2 a.m. to raid his house. And even when they got there, according to the independent source, I'm not quoting the police now, the EFCC, they did not introduce themselves. Rather, they scaled the fence and they bashed into the guy's house. And because he has a licensed arm, he used it, because he was afraid that they were armed robbers. And according to his own story, previously, that same house had been robbed. The people have been robbed before in this same style. So because of that, he was also believing, it could be a lie, this is their source, I don't know. He was also believing that this is another of such operation, only for them to turn out to be EFCC people. Now, there was a spin tweet that never really got far, because it was initially spin that an Igbo boy has killed a northern, yes. So that news was shut down by thankfully also, by certain Nigerian elites who said there's nothing tribal about this. And this could have happened any other place. So what am I trying to say in essence? The way that they've been operating in recent time calls for a lot of concern. Even though to be fair to the chairman of EFCC, he had issued an order saying no more night raids. But you see, in Nigeria, when orders are issued by the authority, the ones at the lower rank do whatever they want. Because there are many times that the IG or police have said no more roadblocks. But roadblocks are still very available almost everywhere. You can find it. So in this instance, the guy has been arrested, put in prison, and they are coming up with all kinds of reasons why they went to his house. But nobody is saying that they went to his house because they suspect. They say that it's a proven case that he's a Yahoo boy. The Nigerian Medical Association has come out to say the guy is not their member. How true that is, I don't know. Because see, my challenge, Rudolph, with the Nigerian media is that they like to spin news to suit the narrative that the government is taking. Even if they see something contrary, they don't want to. The majority of them don't want to, report on that. And the Nigerian Association said that he's not a medical doctor they are aware of. They don't know him as a medical doctor. The guy himself has not been given enough space to be able to say his own part of the view, since it's now a media trial. But so far, the EFCC have dominated the media by telling their own story the way they want to tell it, and saying they're going to use him as an example so that people who may want to behave like him will not have the opportunity to do that. The question is, why are you not going after those people who have stolen millions? You see the way Yahaya Bello was treated. Yahaya Bello went to his community, his village, and said, if you want to arrest me, come to my village. EFCC couldn't go to his village to arrest him. They waited for him. The man stayed in his village until he was satisfied of staying in his village, and he came back to town and even came to their office. They still didn't arrest him. He came back, walked majestically into his bulletproof vehicle and moved away. He only came by himself. They met in court. Now, my question is, when the people who have stolen Nigeria dry are given such an honor, if an ordinary Nigerian who you suspect to be a Yahoo boy, is it only by going to his house at 2 a.m. for you to be able to arrest him? The guy leaves his house, not as if the house is a fortified place where he has everything. He goes out, he goes to the market, he goes to the supermarket, he goes to the club, he goes to other places. Why not wait and waylay him in those places than going to his house at 2 a.m.? I think they're also putting their own life in danger, in harm's way. And I don't think that is a nice way to operate. Even here, the example they give, they say in America, yes, police break into your house. Yes, police break into your house when they have a sting operation. But even at that, they go with enough equipment to show you that this is a police operation. They go with lights, they go with helicopter, they go with dogs, they go with guns, and they announce to you that this is police. Open the door. You ask, do you have warrant of arrest? They say, yes, we have warrant of arrest. Show me. You put it under the door. They receive it, read it, they open the door. That is how people do things. It's only when people want to resist that they may go ahead to use the required force. But even at that, they still do it in a nice way. That's where I leave it for now. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, KJ. Let's go to Chimp.
Oh, thank you, Rudolph. First of all, KJ, I don't think there's any time Nigerians will be pushed to the wall by any group of people and they would suddenly, because the wall is now to their back, and respond. Nigerians have born holes inside the wall itself, so they're moving further inside that wall. So I don't know where this wall you're thinking is going to happen. But anyway, I digress. You see, somebody is here asking us if Showere is above the law. And when I saw this video first and I was having a conversation, I've been stopped by the police in Calgary twice in 8 years. And in those 2 occasions, I was guilty. I was speeding beyond the speed limit of that portion of the road and I didn't realize it.
Really?
Yes, I was doing on an 80 kilometer road. I was doing 100. I was absent-minded. I didn't know I was doing 100. And the guy came peacefully and said, "Hello, sir. Did you know you were speeding beyond the speed limit?" I said, I just suddenly realized it. And my excuse was that I was climbing a hill. He said, "Okay, well, he checked my particulars, everything was okay," and just wrote me my ticket and walked into his car, drove off, and I drove off twice. So nobody stops you. You see the police officers sometimes on the portion of the road parked quietly. Their radar has been set. If you speed past it, the radar will just pick it up and tell them that this guy is doing 70 on a 50 or whatever is supposed to be the speed limit. They don't just jump into the road and start. You don't see anybody mounting a road block and then policemen standing on the road. Nobody does that. And the only time you see them do that, if there's a manhunt, they are hunting someone and they want to closely have a look into every vehicle passing just to be sure that person is not, escaping, hiding in any vehicle. And sometimes if they suspect you, they will ask you to open your boot, check the vehicle. Once there's nothing, you get into your vehicle and you move off. Nobody disturbs you. So for someone to be asking us here if Showere is above the law, and the person asking it lives somewhere in the UK where the police doesn't stop him. The person who asks this question lives somewhere in the British Isles and is telling those who live in Nigeria that they deserve less, that the police should just be standing on the road nilly-willy, stopping every vehicle, creating nuisance on the road, causing havoc, causing traffic lines where there should be none. There should be a seamless flow of traffic and people should go about their businesses. Someone, a Nigerian in the 21st century who's enjoyed first-class life somewhere is one asking if Showere is against the law, is above the law. Tell me why people should not be driving peacefully across on the road and the police should just permanently stand somewhere and be blocking people and tell you, clear here, clear here. What kind of mindset is that? And I thought about it and I just realized that the colonial mindset, Nigerian police, where they used to stop your grandfather and grandmother and ask them the ticket for their goat meat and the this thing from their farm. That's what is still operational in Nigeria. We've only just taken it a top notch in modern times. Because the average Nigerian doesn't believe he deserves a good life. Because if he believes he deserves a good life, nobody will be asking if Showere is above the law. What did he break that he's driving on the road with the driver? Is that it? And so you just only see a Sienna vehicle, and now every Sienna it becomes a hotspot for you to stop and check. Why? Why do we keep doing those kinds of? So the police has no other job to do. Because in the last time I checked, the police here is busy making sure that there's no traffic. He's busy making sure that there are no accidents on the road. That's why they're there. He's busy making sure that nobody's molesting people walking free. That same police in that place will see somebody being molested. They won't go and attend to it. They'll enter their vehicle immediately and drive off because they don't want to get involved. So I think for me, the nation's security apparatus, they need a lot of psychological check. People need to undergo check before they join the police force, and then constantly check them to be sure that they don't have this mindset of terrorizing the people they are supposed to be taking care of. So for me, I think that's where I will leave it at, because I'm not even going to blame the police. My question now is the average Nigerian, does he support this? And from what I'm seeing on the comment section, a lot of Nigerians support it. They believe that people should be terrorized. People should be disturbed. But those same people are still telling you that ICE going to go and check illegal immigrants is a problem for them. You know, we have a tendency of just not being sure what exactly it is we want as human beings. I'll leave it there for now and let other people contribute.
All right, thank you. Richard.
Yeah, the video was really funny, but not funny anyway, but funny. Nigerian police, if we can spend 4 hours discussing about Nigerian police, which is very, very unfortunate. If you are a regular visitor or visiting Nigeria, I think you must have had your own experience with the Nigerian police, which is not funny, which if a care is not taken, my brother, you might go for it. I look at most of the accidents, you know, happening on Nigerian roads. Some of them are caused by those checkpoints. You see them on the highway where sometimes you're on speed of 120, because over here you guys you call your own miles, we call it kilometers here. Sometimes you're on 140 kilometers per hour, and you all of a sudden you see a police checkpoint, and you don't even know how to to apply your brake. Very, very, very horrible thing what they do over there. Even in the city, you see them from here to here. You see them mounting their checkpoints. Doing what? Most times they're just extorting money. Not that they're trying to fight any crime or check any kind of bad behaviors, but just to get money out of road users. Very, very sad. And Showore is a big man. That's why he was able to say this and get away with it. If ordinary person had said that, he would have been beaten up or even arrested. That is the situation we have in Nigeria. Here in Germany, to become a policeman is, in fact, sometimes it's even difficult than becoming a doctor. Because here, before you can be called a policeman, my brother, it takes 4 years training to become a policeman here. 4 good years. And they must to know that your character from your 15, from your childhood and everything. They have to know what you have committed, whether you have taken all this, and whether you have gone to prison before, whether you have had mentally or psychological problem before. They will go through your whole data. They make sure that you are okay before you are enrolled into police. Recently or yesterday, I was reading now that recruiting 10,000 police people in Nigeria. After 6 months, they will be, they will send into the society. Without adequate training, without adequate education, you will see a policeman. Sometimes they cannot even express themselves. They cannot even, say anything. You understand? Like for me, who speaks Hausa, I've met most of them that because I speak Hausa. That's why I was able to go free, because and this is a federal police, not even a hijab police or somewhere in Kano or Sokoto, but this is a federal police in Lagos. They don't speak even what you can understand. That's the big problem. The Nigerian police, I'm sorry, is not what we should have now in 2025. Thank you.
All right, Tony, before you speak, let me play just a minute of a video, Police in Action in Nigeria. Quite interesting.
Open that gate. We need to open that gate. Imagine police people, face mask, coming to my house to bust our door, saying we are fraudsters. We are protectors.
Baba, we don't open gate too.
open gates. We don't open gates. We don't open gates. Your what? We don't open gates. We don't open gates. Jesus Christ.
Get down. 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 Get down first, bro. Go inside. Go inside. Go inside. Wait.
Jesus Christ.
Papa, make us.
Wait, fish him down. Jesus.
Make us. Wait.
Guys, wait.
Push up.
Jesus Christ.
Hello?
Jesus Christ.
Alpha, you hear me? Hello?
Jesus.
Hello?
Don't bring it.
Come over there. Go back. Hello? Alpha, you hear me? Alpha, beg, show. We there.
So our government structure we borrowed from the British. How come we didn't borrow the policing the British they had? How did we get the American police structure? Tony, you're next.
Are you asking me that question?
Where in any way you like.
Okay. Well, that's a very, very gory sight that you. But let me. I like to address the two issues: that of Showore and the doctor, the EFCC, matter. First of all, we don't have all the information. We just saw the video. I've been trying to see exactly what part of airport hotel that is, because I'm familiar with the airport hotel in Lagos. Is it on the way to the international airport? If it's on the way to the international airport, that's a very, very busy spot. Is there an information? Is the police looking out for something? We don't know. Is there a security report? I don't know. But if the police ask you to stop, and it's not in the middle of the night, it's in a busy place, you should stop. I think Showore was wrong in not stopping, and he's lucky to have escaped, to have left there, not beating shot or something like that. I think he was playing with his life, but I guess he did that because he's someone who is in the, who has an image, and visibility. And so if they look closely, they could see that, oh, this is a big man and presidential candidate, and they let him go. Maybe someone of a lesser influence and so on would not take that risk. But I'm not trying to justify, the illegal checkpoints that police put all over, but I'm saying that we don't have the facts here. But I fault him for not stopping, because he could still say the things that he wants to say to the police, and get free, So I don't think that he handled that well. I don't think he was just getting political and risking his life. Now, for the about 2 weeks ago, I live in New Jersey and I work in Manhattan, and I was trying to take the PATH train. And as I got close to the town start, I could see police people, in front of me, and then one just walked straight. That's a very busy place. People passing and carrying all kinds of stuff. And I'm going on my way, and this police guy just walked straight to me, out of all, people, and said to me, we're doing some random check. Could you please step over? I want to check it. And so the initial temptation was, why me? I mean, there's so many people, and I'm carrying just a small bag and stuff, and I'm well dressed. Why is it? Because you could tell an African, when you see him. So, but I said, okay, no problem. And I went there, and the man didn't just, I zipped my bag open, and the man the guy who was checking just asked me to go, Now, some other folks will, why me? Why blah, 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 and there's an issue. But you got to obey the peace because it's not just standing there in his own capacity. He's representing an institution. He's doing his job. Okay. And then you could still talk to him nicely and, get whatever you want to. So I think Showori didn't do well there. He didn't, in my own estimation. And again, like I said, I'm not justifying the police. I don't know why they are there. I can't speak to that. Now, for the what is it? The EFCC guy. Again, I have heard from the EFCC media person. I have also read things in social media and stuff like that. And then I have also watched someone, a lawyer, come to Arise to defend, look at the legal implications and so on and so forth. But like AJ said, I mean, could they have been able to do this in the morning during the day? Was it so urgent? Whatever is the assignment. And even then, if they decided to go at night, EFCC has a uniform with which you can easily identify them. The man has a CCTV. Were they wearing the EFCC vest that is written EFCC? So from the CCTV, he could see that these are EFCC people. If that was done and he shot them, that's a question. But if they went on Mufti, that's a problem. How would you? I mean, we know what Nigeria is. And if it is true, the scale defense, EFCC didn't say the scale defense, EFCC said they were knocking. So we don't really know what the facts are. It's neither here nor there. And then the medical council have said, we don't know this guy. He says the doctor is doing coding and so on. EFCC says he's doing 419 and all that, or Yahoo, whatever. So we don't really know. But it's unfortunate this guy just died. And for me, I put the blame on EFCC because if they actually ordered, approved that operation at that particular time of the night. I mean, I saw a former governor of Imo State, how they went in and they went through the ceiling and they trying to break his house and so on and so forth. I mean, those are not best practices. That I don't see civility in that kind of action. So I think that we must, when we do those things, we must realize that we are carrying a nation behind us. And we're supposed to portray, the image. We see these things, the way these things are being done, in much more developed places. I don't see a lot of all these things like that. If you don't catch the man that day, you could get him tomorrow. You could get him just like Teji said. The next day, you could track him and just lay ambush for him. He comes in the afternoon or in the evening or whatever, and then you get him. Must you go early in the morning? Why would they go early in the morning? And then they say the man has a licensed gun. I mean, his gun is licensed. So it's difficult for me, but I think this would not have happened at all if proper if proper things were done. This guy would not have died. He would have arrested. Who's okay? This guy would not have died, and someone is
I don't know who is speaking, but it's not me.
Yeah, so this would not have happened. The young man would not have died, and they would have still apprehended the guy. So I don't know what the truth is, whether it's Yahoo, or whether it's a medical doctor, or whether it's just a sting operation, or whatever it is. I just can't make out the truth. Unfortunately, sometimes until we begin, people who is doing this, sometimes until we begin to get videos and true pictures that reflect the real situation. We saw the legislator, say who had the problem with a boot person until the first started coming, before we. So it's difficult sometimes when you deal with these institutions and so on, but it shows the decay, the level of decay that we have in our institutions. And I think we need to fix it.
All right. Thank you, Tony. Janaba.
Dr. Rudy, it's only in Nigeria that it said that the EFCC do not wear their vest or they wear. Anybody can wear any vest in Nigeria. You go to the market, they show it for you. You are bold enough, you stay on the road, you harass anybody you want to harass. So it's a broken system. So how do you know it's a genuine EFCC? It's not genuine. Even the police on the road that was trying to stop. So the fact that they have Nigerian police on their uniform does not make them genuine. It's a broken system. Anybody can dress up like that and stay on the way, broad daylight, and rob you and go. So it is a broken system. And also, EFCC was formed by Obasanjo. That time, Yahoo have not even been an issue in Nigeria. So the criminals are free to walk around in Nigeria, and those that those that don't even have the complainant can be go after. So I always advocate that all Nigerians should be carrying gun anyway. If I have any opportunity, all Nigerians should carry gun and protect themselves. Because when you call the police, if something is happening in the left, they are going to the right. Right. So you should defend yourself. Make sure you hold your head up and protect your family and all that. So what happened in Anambra is fortunate that somebody, anytime life is lost, it's a very painful thing that you go out in the morning and you never return. But that's Nigeria for you. Mosquito can kill you overnight, you know. So it's unfortunate, but that's what happened in Nigerian space. I don't think it's I think it should be a die hard in Nigeria, where all Nigerians have the opportunity to protect themselves, whether from police, from EFCC, from the governor, from the most powerful ones, because it's only the poor that are suffering in Nigeria. Law is not applied to the rich. So, and if we want to have fairness, equity, and justice for all, we should start from protecting ourselves against the government that is come to terrorize us instead of protecting us. So that's what about that. I do not know why Tony is blaming uh, uh, Sowore for not stopping or do the right thing. What is the right thing to do in Nigeria? The right thing to do in Nigeria, you have to fight for your life.
Two wrongs don't make a right, bro. Two wrongs don't make a right. Two wrongs don't make a right.
All right. Thank you, John Abba. I wasn't the one that something happened to your connection.
Rudolph, I have a video of Okorocha's house being broken into. So if maybe Tony may want
that is he risks his life. He always risks his life. He's even is too. I mean, he's a humble guy. I would not go like that in Nigeria in the first place. He's not going to. He stay inside. But all indication, the little I know about car, that was a Camry that was inside. Maybe it's one Uber or friend taking him to the airport. I would not even give that opportunity to any Nigerian police to stop me in the first place because I don't even know whether they are police or not. So what are they looking for? On we delay people on the road to the airport, they miss their flight. Are they going to take any responsibility? What are they losing? These are also criminal harassing innocent Nigerians. They should know how to do their job. There's a best way to collect information if you are looking for something. So that is what it is. Thank you.
Thank you, John Abba. Before you finish up at KJ, I want to mention something I noticed. Most of us abroad, they don't say this openly, but you get the hints. Like John Abba just dropped a hint. When they go home, they travel in armored vehicles with. I travel like sure. I stay in front of the car, somebody's car, and taking me to the airport. But I think I need to travel with you, John Abba, and see how they are, how many convoy of cars you go with, and anyway. All right.
Oh yes, what I was trying to say. I mean, Jonaba is very correct. If you switch at Jonaba, when you go, please don't travel in a Camry. Go in a armored car. You know, because you don't know. Life is one. There's no two life. It's just one. So protect the one you know you have. Don't wait for a pastor to come and pray to wake you up before you know, because he may not succeed. He may go the other way, and that you can't exchange it. But I have the video. That's what I want to tell you. If you wanted me to, I can.
Well, we will put. Let's. I think most people have seen it, maybe, but let's get 2 more people to weigh in. Then you can put the video.
Okay, no, I'm just saying if you want it. I'm not.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good to play. It's just a reminder. Yeah. I think the next person is Henry. Henry, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Let me go for Showore. If I were to be in Showore position, it was in a public place like that. This cannot get worse than that. I will park on the side and see what they want from me. This is what I would do. When I go to Nigeria, I drive myself. Nobody drive me. I wear my common flag when I go. They ask me, "Are you a military man?" I said, "No." They don't tell me, said, "Oh, pull off your pants," because they see I'm not using it to impersonate as a military personnel. I drive there, they stop. Some of the police stop, checkpoint, they stop, I stop. They look around. I went on, sir. I drove. I go away. I don't give bribe. They don't ask me for money. If they ask for something, I don't give. Somebody could have just, if I have to be in some position, I will not always going to be always me. I will just park and see what they want. That's my own opinion, but it was wrong there. In America, I saw some videos here when the way police harass people in America too. They stop people unnecessarily too in America. You stop. The America they came from. They don't challenge police like this all the time. If police tell you to stop, you have to stop. Forget it's a fake police, not fake police. You will know at the end if it's a real police or fake police. That's it. What if it's in a hiding place? We should behave like this. Maybe it's at night. There will be risk for him. You should look it on both sides. Just okay. Let me comply. Let me see what they want. If I were to be him, because if something happened tomorrow, they will say, look at the way he behaved to the police. Yeah, at least a person want to become president of a country, behaving like this. It's not proper. Let me go to EFCC. The EFCC of a thing, I don't understand the way they, like in my house, in my parents' house, in my house, when I come to Nigeria, in my house, you don't jump through the fence. But anything you get from the fence, it's your problem. If you come through my fence, I'm going to get you down. You don't come through my fence. It's written there, no trespass. If that man, they said it's a doctor, but some said it's not a doctor. I don't know which one it is. It doesn't matter. EFCC should coordinate themselves properly. If you need this person, send invitation. First time, second time, the third time, you can come in there. If they don't allow you to go in there, they put it on the wanted. Manhunt, you stay somewhere away from him till he come out one day. If they use the same energy they use on this very man that result to the killing of AFC personnel, they use it on Yaya Bello. We'll be here talking about it. You saw what place about doing Yaya Bello time. They were doing drama there. They could not break in. They bust to the campus of the students. They harass them, collect money from them. Okay, now we're going to trust EFCC who say they are the ones fighting corruption. They are the ones stealing the exhibit. I mean, look what's going on now. Now it's wanted. There's one EFCC officer, $30,000. I don't know. It's wanted now. They don't know where he is now. Huh? So everybody's a thief in that country. Every government official is a thief. If you go to Nigeria, coordinate yourself properly. Don't trust any law enforcement agent. Don't trust them, but coordinate yourself properly. When it's at night, 7 o'clock in my house, you don't come say you are a visitor. You don't come in there. I have my dogs, they leave them out in the compound. I have my gun by my side. I have license gun. Yes, to stop this manner of agberoism and criminality. To stop it. It's unfortunate this young man lost his life. They say he wanted to get married soon, but he could have think twice too. They don't do things like that. Everybody's afraid in that country. Everything's possible in that country. It's not like here with police coming to my house. They have to have a warrant before they come in here. Since I'm driving in this country, it's not a lie. Police don't want to stop me for particulars. Never. My parents said, they always control them. I said, maybe they're watching you. I never want they stop me on my way, say particulars of this. Never. Police never stopped me for many years. You know? So if police stop you, connect yourself, answer them, park, and then you don't have this problem every time. So whether should know that he's a target, he should mind the way he behaves. You're very close to him. Advise him sometime. There's some things he will take action to. Like this situation, you watch the video. I was taking somebody else till I found out this situation. That was rude. I know our police have messed up people, they mess us organization, but it doesn't matter. If you have a problem in that country, it's the same police you're going to call. It's not the same police you're going to call. So we should try to behave as if we are civilized people, not behave like we are in the jungle. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Henry. Ike.
Let me start with the EFCC and the allegedly 419. What time was it, KJ? What time was the raid?
Around 2 a.m.
In the morning.
Yes.
Just the last video Rudolph showed now, what a policeman is climbing someone's face. What is different between that policeman and the criminal? Because we live in Nigeria where there is lawlessness, you don't know who is a policeman. It's a fact in Nigeria. You don't know who is a policeman. You don't know who is the EFCC. You don't know who is anybody. Immigration, you don't know who is the custom officer. Because uniform is banned everywhere. If you go to Aba, they show you uniform, put the name they want. That is a uniform everywhere in Nigeria. So some of us who live outside, when we go to Nigeria, brother, you need to be very careful because this is a lawless country. Listen, if Nigeria has not happened to you, you know, let's cast our mind back while we are in Nigeria. Have you ever experienced when you call police when there is a robbery in your street and you call police, tell them that there is a robbery in your street. Once you tell them that there is a robbery in your street, they will tell you that they have a flat tire. If they don't tell you that they don't have a flat tire, they tell you they don't have money to fuel the car. They don't have money to put petrol on their vehicle. You know, why are they telling you that? Because they know that what they have cannot match what the armed robbers have. So after the call you finish, after about 2, 3, 4 hours, you see them drive. Hey, where them? Because they know the armed robbers has already gone. That's Nigeria for you. If anybody who live in Nigeria tell me you have not experienced this in Nigeria, you're not trying to be honest to yourself. You call police that there is a robbery somewhere, they will tell you that they have a flat tire. They don't have fuel in their car. That's Nigerian police for you. So for somebody who goes to somebody's house by 2 a.m. to arrest somebody, and he ended up in the way it ended up, I used to tell you the country we have found ourselves. What is the difference between the corrupt politicians that are stealing our commonwealth? What is different between the person that we are not sure it is allegedly 419? Nobody knows. Somebody said, yeah, it's a doctor. The Nigerian Medical Association said, no, it's not a medical doctor. So we don't know actually who he is. But whatever it is, what is different between the man and Yaya Bello? What is different between that man and the Ababio? What is different between that man and Ganduje? And all the whole corrupt politicians who are stealing our commonwealth? Which 419 is bigger and greater than the 419 somebody is doing? In as much as we are not encouraging crime, but what is different? That most of us are outside Nigeria today. Some Nigerians have died on their route to Libya in the desert because they want to run away from a country that have no system, they don't have a future. So I don't really understand. When I was watching this video Dr. Dameji just showed now, I am just imagining in my head a police officer that is trained by the Nigerian police should find himself climbing someone's face like an armed robber. My brother, how we could defending, this lawlessness you have in our country, so-called Nigeria. So it's a pity somebody lost his life, but EFCC has become more armed robber than armed robbers. So their own crime is so much because they use the power they have and they commit so much criminality. So I have no sympathy for these people who are doing the wrong thing. Like Henry was saying here, there should be a system of arrest, or you're trying to invite somebody to the police. It shouldn't end up you climbing someone's face in the night. Because there is crime everywhere in Nigeria. And like Henry said, if I have a gun in my hand, I'm going to kill you. Because I don't know who you are. If that house, that policeman I saw that was climbing that fence and is my house, and I have a legal, I will kill you. Because there is supposed to be a process where you want to arrest somebody or you want to invite somebody. Yahaya Bello, why didn't they do that? When he told them to come to his village, who went to his village to arrest him? So, which means there are laws for the politicians, the people that are stealing my and your own commonwealth. And me as a common man in the street who has nobody to speak for me. We have two laws in Nigeria that operate, right? So I think that it is time that we should be able to call a spade a spade. The system is rotten. The system, every security apparatus in Nigeria is rotten. So they cannot win the trust of Nigerians. It doesn't matter what they are trying to do. If they like, they can spend so much money in the public, in the TV, trying to, launder their image. They cannot clean it up because what they do in front of people every day, the police, the so-called police, the crime they commit every day. So, for what Showore did, I think in a normal decency, if it's an open place, as somebody who just said there, Henry said, trying to be a leader. For me personally, I know that there are so many risks involved in Nigeria, but I think for a person of his caliber that his face is known, I think he should have packed, to show a sign of, decency and respect. He should have packed, and if they can't do anything to him, even if he has packed, tell them, listen, I'm running late with my flight. I know they will also leave him go. But we are talking because he's Showore. We are talking because he's somebody that they figure that people know. The sufferings of common Nigerians in the hands of police in Nigeria is everywhere. So it's not the best that he's supposed to do that, because as a leader, you should be able to show example. Peter Obi showed the example in the Makodi Benue Road so many 3-4 months ago, when the police and the tankers were having a problem. He came down from his car. He doesn't have an entourage. He came down from his car and he went there and he spoke to the police. And the man that the police people punctured his trailer tire. And the police, when he talked to them, they left the road. And he gave the man some money to buy a new tire. That's what leaders do, right? You have to live by example. You have to show why you want to lead people. You have to be able to defend. When people see you do certain things, they will know, yes, you are really for us, right? So I think he supposed he didn't do well. I think so. Whatever the way I know him, I think he's supposed to have packed, because like Tony said, if it is way to the airport, it's a busy road. I mean, it's not in the night. I think probably it's in the morning or in the afternoon. So maybe he could have packed and let speak to them 1 or 2 minutes. So, but for the AFCC and for the video that Dr. Dameji showed now, my brother, don't blame any Nigeria. Don't blame people who go to Nigeria and they hire armored cars, and because this life is just two. It's not two. If you lose it for nothing, because this is Nigeria for you.
All right, thank you, Ike. Dovas.
Good afternoon, Doctor. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good afternoon, fellow panelists. Let me start with Showore's encounter with the police. That encounter would have gone sour. We all know how the Nigerian police, some of their personnel, how they behave. If I were him, I would have just stopped and hear them out, and then before making the kind of comments he made. I know what he did because sometimes the police, they always put up sometimes unauthorized checkpoints. But if that one was authorized or not, he would have just hear them out. He can still say what he wants to say eventually, and that will be it. Not to put himself in harm's way. Besides, he's an enemy of the present regime, so to speak, and they will be looking for any opportunity to rein him in, just like they are doing to others. So that is not to say he should be afraid of speaking out. He has never been a man to be afraid of speaking out. But you see how the thing has generated so much controversy and comments. If you were to be a member of the establishment, they will even just that one will just go that way. Nobody will even talk about it. So I believe next time he should be more circumspect because the Nigerian police, some of their personnel, not all, they do their own stuff outside the rule of the outside the rules. So you should just be careful next time. That's my own. That's my what I feel. He should. The country is not run in a normal way any longer. So the rules are are implemented differently for different individuals or groups. Then for the EFCC, it boils down to the same thing. It appears that some of our security personnel, it didn't start today anyway. Many of them have been going outside the rule of of their work to carry out extra duties. I don't know if the EFCC rule says that you can invade somebody's house at the dead of night. Then even if you have to do that, you go and introduce yourself properly. If they had gone to that particular area and made themselves known that this is who they are, I know that would have been different. But trying to go in the way they did, and we know now people wear camouflages of different security agencies and attack people, invade people's private homes. So the man felt what came into his mind was what he did. So I don't. It's sad that an officer lost his life. So I think they should reassess the way they operate. All these security agencies, they should really reassess the way they operate and ensure that their officers, no matter what corner of the country they operate from or they operate in, they follow the rules of engagement. This way of ambushing people, or like we hear every time they say the police or some security agencies stop some boys. If they see you in a flashy car or the way you dress, so they will stop you, they begin to harass you, take you to a corner and extort so much money from your phone through transfers and all that. They still do it, even when the police IG and their spokesperson have said that they're not supposed to do that. So the whole thing is a big mess. Instead of EFCC making all the noise trying to defend the action of their personnel, they should see it as an opportunity to do a thorough reform of the way they operate. If they have a warrant, go with a warrant. And like someone said, I think it's somebody that said that if they cannot, if they feel that this person has been evading them and they really want to get it, and even with the warrant, they can stay outside the gate, put in, or even stay away from the street and put up a surveillance there and get the person who they want to get. If they come in droves, those people in that compound or the people they are going after cannot escape. But don't make it look as if maybe if it's not that way of invading, there's no other way out. And they should equally look at the kind of people they recruit into the system. Some people go into these security agencies just to make money. So any avenue they find, they will do it. We've heard of officers, even like NDLEs, some of the officers who have been involved in trying to work with criminals or to help criminals evade being caught. So it's a whole thing. The security agencies need to look at the way they operate and follow the rules of the game.
All
Let
right.
me stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Ndubisi. Forefathers.
Greetings, Dr. Damages. Thank you for having me. Greetings to all the panelists, to the chat and the viewers. Yeah, I just saw the video of Showore's behavior with law enforcement. I think, like everyone said there, and especially Tony, from what I heard, yeah, he should have obeyed the law. Geez, I would have thought that is a given for somebody that understands. He's looking to run the country, and you don't understand that when it's somebody that is trying to enforce the law, asks you to do something, you do it, even if you don't like it. Maybe when you get there, you can change their policies and stuff like that, or roadblock policies as they call it. But for him, blatantly, just refuse to stop and tell them to go away from there and all that stuff. Man, he could have gone very, very wrong. And he would have, and if he had gone wrong, he would have been wrong. How crazy is that? All that sacrifice for what? To go and get shot by roadblock police officer because he just refused to follow the rules. I don't know why people just feel like they can do whatever they like in Nigeria sometimes. You can't do that overseas. If they put that kind of this thing for you, in the UK here, you do that. The way they will come after you, you would think you just try to kill the president or something. You can't just run away like that, tell them to get out of the road because they have no reason to be there. And I'm glad that at least nothing happened. The police officer somehow recognized him and decided that, you know what, we do not want this our wahala. Where we'll carry this guy, put him in prison, then he will die. And Nigerians will start saying, release him, he did nothing wrong. What do you mean he did nothing wrong? If the next man says no, the next man says no, it's anarchy. A lot of innocents will just suffer for that. And the same thing goes for the way EFCCs are behaving. That matter, I really feel bad for Nigerians sometimes, actually, because how do you know whoever is coming to your house is the right man? There is no way to verify. Can you imagine you are in your home in Nigeria, police will come and say, we are from the police station. You better be able to call the police and verify.
How?
Yeah, that's the problem. They have to have a system because that is extremely scary. No, literally anybody can come to your house and take you away and you don't know who that person is. And that is, for Nigeria, that is very scary. They have to have it. They need to put a system in place, a system of trust that the Nigerian people can say, you know what, okay, if they see these people with this, or if they make this call, they can verify that the people that are standing before them are from the legal law enforcement. Because I don't blame those people in that building for being skeptical. But if you want to be skeptical in a way that just in case they are the right ones. What if they are actually coming there to enforce the law? You don't just out of the box say, oh no, we can't trust you, you're a criminal. You have to say, okay, I'm being reasonable. Can you help me verify who you are? I want to obey the law. But I don't know whether you are a legal, a proper law enforcement agent. For all I know, you're a criminal. I have to have a way of verifying, and maybe that is what is creating the situation. Because I really sympathize with every Nigerian. I really feel bad because you sit inside your house and these will come in, especially at night or in the morning, and they say they want to come and arrest you. How do you know? You could just disappear. Nobody will ever know anything about you again. Can you imagine that in Nigeria? And that is something I think because of that trust issue, the Nigerian state have to figure out a way to solve that problem. As I sit here, I don't know how you can do that. Maybe there is a way you can call them and say, okay, I'm in this house, so your officers are here in front of me, and are you from the, do you guys authorize them to show up here? Then they will flag it and say yes. If they do that, then you can carry on, and it should be a very, very quick and one line that you can call, very quick. You give them
at 2 a.m. Forefathers, at 2 a.m. you call an office.
You better 2 a.m. you shouldn't come to somebody's house 2 a.m. There's no reason why you should be at somebody's house at 2 a.m. I don't see any reason why. You can wait outside till around 6 a.m. or something. And you could call, and I think maybe you can have a kind of number verification system whereby if they say, okay, we are here to arrest you, and they give you a certain number, you call that number nationally and they will verify. that you are the person. Something like that. They need to come up with something that increases trust, because anything else, I really feel bad for Nigerians when officers come to their house because they don't have any way of verifying whether those people are genuine, other than the fact that a lot of people are not necessarily doing that. If every day we go about hearing that people are disappearing because they didn't see, they didn't know who came and picked them up, then that system, people will even ask more, for something to be put in place. But for so far, it hasn't been demanded, and I think it should be, because in cases like this, you can see why. And even if I'm in Nigeria, I'll be scared if somebody comes to my house and say they want to carry me. It's my trust now. I just have to trust those officers, even if they are wearing uniform, that they are the right people. Otherwise, I don't have any way of verifying. And I think in the case, in this space, in the Nigerian space, you need a way to verify. And I really think they need to put something like that in place. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The flagship. All right. I mentioned his name.
I want to say something before the flagship call.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. Now, forefather, you are saying that because I think you must have left Nigeria for so long. Because I don't know which phone number are you going to call for that verification to come through? Which one?
999.
The one that the police gave you, or the one you just figured out?
Oh no. It has to be a general number that you can call.
911 work in Nigeria.
Yeah, but that's why I'm saying they should put it in place.
So what you are simply saying is not there. That's what I'm trying to draw your attention.
I agree. That's why I'm sympathizing with Nigerians.
And when these guys come, you don't even look. You have two split seconds to either determine how you want to go. It's either you want to be arrested, or you and whoever they are, you go and face the consequence, or you decide at that spot to disobey. And most times your disobedience kind of gives you some resistance, so they're not even sure of who you are, and so they want to take their time. My brother, look, just like somebody has said here, you don't know. Everybody, they sew uniform, everybody wear uniform. You don't know which uniform is which uniform. And when they come, they sometimes gauging you, trying to speak to you. They want to know what you are worth and how they can proceed from there. People has transferred money from their accounts to policemen's account, and those monies were never recovered. Even after you have gone to the office and say, this officer, this is his number, they caught me on the road and they made me transfer money to their account. They have not been able to recover their money. My brother, I'm saying we are, just somebody said here, I think it's Ike, the life is one. You are trying to, first of all, protect yourself before you think of whether you're breaking the law or not. And that is what happens. Every day you wake up, you pray, as I'm going, let me be able to, God help me to know when to run and when to stop. That's how it is. Let's not deceive ourselves. That is the country we are having right now. That's how it's operating. Now, if it is, the reason this is even happening is because the guy, and I want to say this, I don't mind if anybody says I'm pandering to tribe. But if he was not an Igbo man, it won't happen this way. Okay? Go and check the record. They don't do these things, except when they see they can do it and get away with it. All right. If I was sure and I speak the right to the police, we think my face will be like this. They will first, make sure that they batter me very well. Okay, but Showre himself have shown that he's a defiant. He's I don't want to use the word deviant, but he defies the status quo. So sometimes you can do that and get away with it because of your position and what you have established with the people. But if it was a drunk police people, like the police people who are between Lokoja and Abuja, that checkpoint, you can't mess up, they will shoot you. And they've shot many people there and nothing happened. My brother, I don't know, let me leave it there.
No, I agree with your last point. I think I just thought I should highlight that your last point, that the justice in Nigeria seems to be tilted against certain groups of people, especially if you are not from some of the biggest groups. You see a pattern of, but maybe that is how it is everywhere. Maybe we shouldn't say it's only Nigeria, because even in Western society, some parts of the country have certain privileges. I'm just highlighting that you see that pattern in Nigeria as a fact. The question is, what do you do about it?
There is a report. I don't know how true it is. There's a report that the guy actually called the police, and the police came much later. At the time they came, he had fired. So we don't know. There's so much. There's so much information here and there. You don't really. That's the tragedy of the Nigerian situation. You don't really know what is true and so on. It's unfortunate.
All right, thank you. Let's hear the flagship now.
Well, thank you, Rudolph. With reference to Showore, I think it's called a very, very low point with his action this time. If for anything, this would put another dent to his image in his bid for the first office in the land. I think what he should have done at that point was just comply. And even if he's running late for his flight, figure a way out to obey. Those are the men and women that represent the country and they enforce the law. I know Showore knows that if he was on his way to Newark Airport in Jersey and he's pulled over by the police, he won't do what he did now because he will land in jail and never make that flight. So in my opinion, I think he should respond to their call to be seen and just issue an apology. And that should take care of that and move on. With reference to the EFCC situation, you see, this is what I keep saying, that the tactics that our law enforcement folks use needs a lot of reform, most especially the police, the army, and every one of them, every aspect of our law enforcement agency. They need to go and get themselves abreast with what is latest. This kangaroo way of trying to enforce the law usually doesn't help. And Nigeria being a place where there's a whole bunch of impersonation within the security agencies, it's hard. And someone was saying just now that he felt sorry for the Nigerian people because you cannot really identify who's who. I mean, there was a report of yesterday, it came out on the news, of a man who was impersonating, actually, he was retired from the police force, but the man has been mounting a steady roadblock and collecting money from transporters on the road in Nigeria every day until he got caught this week. So it's a hard, excuse me, it's a hard thing to do. But I think one way out would be for them to properly identify themselves. And a way to do that is to try to figure out a way to brand their cars, whatever vehicle they use for arrest. It will make no sense you don't have time to pick up the phone and dial the central number to say, there are some guys in front of my door. Are they real or not? They don't know who they are. So I think a proper way of identifying themselves, starting with their vehicle, may help. And yes, I know people can replicate those uniforms and so on, but let's try to start from their vehicle that they use to go about to make this arrest. Hopefully they'll be able to avoid cases of this nature from happening again. Thanks.
All right, thank you so much. We still have so many topics that we haven't touched. One of them is Tinubu, President Bola Tinubu, rewarding Ganduje with an appointment to a board of Nigerian Airports Authority. So that is out there for us to discuss. Nnamdi Kanu sues Bashir Ahmad for 100 billion naira for defamation. He also is requesting that his case be moved to the southeast. Other stories in the news, I'm seeing this one is something that some of you might be interested in. Osun court in Osun State just fined a lady 150,000 naira for failing to visit the boyfriend after receiving 3,000 naira transport money. Why are you laughing? You look at it should be all the guys here should be happy, you know. Things are going in the right direction.
Rudolph, you really decided to do that.
I know.
It's in the news. I didn't make it up. And then
you know, I was gonna say that Osun State got on the news for some very odd reasons this week. This one you just mentioned, and remember the other guy that was sentenced to death and spent 14 years in jail in Osun State.
Oh, is it the one that what happened? Remind me, I don't know.
Oh, well, apparently He got caught again in burglary.
Oh, the same guy that was the pardon.
The same guy in Osun State.
I saw that story. I didn't know it's the same guy.
The same guy.
Unbelievable. All right, that tells you that our correctional facilities are not correcting anything.
Nothing.
All right, so that's we have to switch over to the next stream, and hopefully you can touch on those ones. There's also a story in Ogun State, a woman that was accused of turning into a bird from a bird to a human being. And the mobs lynched her. I don't know if she survived. But this is the kind of thing I'm thinking, we may dismiss it. We are abroad. We don't see these kind of things happening at home where we are. But we need to actually talk about some of these things sometimes. Maybe some of our people will begin to, because I would think, if that happened in front of me, I want that person, or if it's a goat now or a human being, to take the person to the lab. We need to really study the person, not to kill the person. Well, I don't know why people want to kill somebody who has a science that we need to learn what is going on. I don't know. Anyway, that's it from me.
Doc, excuse me. What about Sharia debacle in Ekiti State?
Yes, I know. That's a good topic. Sharia. I mean, they denied that it wasn't happening. I don't know whether it actually happened. I didn't follow up, but I saw that story. Sharia in Ekiti State. So forefathers, you have a lot of stories to follow up with. But let me just say thank you to those that supported us. AY, Kulata, Dr. Gomez, and
AY. You mean AY?
Yeah, I said AY.
I can check outside whether it's raining outside.
AY for real. Kulata, Alexander Gomez, Woman, and Ebi. Yeah, thank you all. And of course, tomorrow, like I said, we are coming back tomorrow on 90 Minutes Africa with one of our own, which will be interesting. I think we don't do this enough, which is to bring up topics that maybe we can benefit from. So tomorrow we have Dr. Dominic joining us. He will talk about health concerns that we Africans in the diaspora that impact us a lot, and what we could do to guard against that and prevent that. So on that note, I thank all of you for joining me. KJ, thank you so much. Forefathers, thank you. Chim, thank you. Richard, thank you. Tony, thank you. Henry, Ike, Ndubisi, the flagship, all those on the comment section. I appreciate all of you. Next Sunday, not tomorrow, the next one, we have Dr. Franklin Obunweze joining us to talk to us about his take on all the issues in the international space. So on that note,
before you go, can you publish the next stream on the open forum?
I did.
Okay. So that people, please go ahead and go on to the other one. Don't waste time. Just switch and go. Don't wait for us to switch out. We can go so that Dr. Rudolph can round up. Thank you so much, everyone.
Yeah, thank you. So everybody, yeah, if you can, I shared it out, but if you don't have it, I'll do it again. Forefathers is ready to go on. Thank you, everybody, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Tó fẹ́ kú torí ẹ̀ o.